Peace. Welcome, everybody, to the midweek live stream in the Fashion Bunker. Hello. Hi, Kev. Hi, Gloretinos. Hi, Teresa McGuire. Hi, Heaven. Linda S. Ollie, Nancy, Didi Bean, Finley, Pau ASMR, Robbie Lorraine, Hella Barbara Rank, Mahonis Kileki, Amy Bad, Caroline Steele, Rhea Hortari, Erica, the Monarch, Elijah Ramirez, Jolie Simple Opinion, Amelia Cooper, Carrie Fernandez, Tanya Brosnan, Teresa East, Murfett, Michael Ocampo, oh my gosh, Sweet Things, The Nectarine Man, Hershey Boy, Amy Carmen, Jacqueline McKinney, Stephanie Nader, wow, Corey K, Linda S, Indrani, Rich Mitch in the house, Casey Milk, Adina, oh my gosh, we need 200 likes now. Thumb up the live stream. There's so many people in the chats. There's come on. There's only 127 likes. Let's get to 200 likes. That's super easy to do. Oh no, Itchy and Scratchy Show. We made it. Hi, Ollie. Hi, Micheline. Blease and Fruit Gummy. Love, Meowsers, Nancy, Moldol. Fernando de Souza, Jordan Camacho, Steph. Oh my gosh, so many people. Hi, everybody. Welcome. We got 250 people watching at this point. I guess you're all tuning in because we're going to talk about, the elephant in the room. And boy, oh boy, we have a lot to talk about. Virginie Viard departing, darling, from Chanel. Virginia has left the building.
Chanel!
So there's a lot to talk about that. But then also we're going to also have a Chanel unboxing. So it's so bizarre. This is like a departure, but it's also an arrival. And then there's some shade to throw at the fashion world today. Yes, we're going to have our little shady moments as well, because let me tell you, honey, it's not a week passes by without these luxury brands getting themselves involved into yet more and more shenanigans, potential legal battles, and being called out for cultural appropriation, as one does when one hath a humongous corporation and doesn't really care about stomping and trumping all over other cultures, right? Then we're also going to talk about only 159 likes. Then we're also going to talk about the latest color trend of the year. Terry, my love.
Teresa McGuire donated $75. Wednesday night is date night, so me and hubby will catch the live stream in an hour or so. See you in a bit.
Thank you, sweetie. Have fun with hubby. And thank you so much, Terry, for supporting the Fashion Bunker. Bubbles and Hermes Frisbee are going to harp their way into the tip. That's how we say it. Hit it, Bubbles. Terry, have fun. Have fun, enjoy the evening, and hope to see you, throughout the... Rich Mitch.
Rich Mitch donated $6. Much excite. Who will take over? Slimane has been mentioned.
Thank you, Rich, dear. Oh boy, listen, that's going to be part of our conversation because there is a lot to open up. This can of worms, now that officially Chanel has said, bye, Virginia. Now that the can of worms is open, now there's a lot to say. But first, hit it, Bubbles. For Rich Mitch. There you go. Terry says, always love supporting the bunker. Thank you, Terry, so much. Fernando de Sosa says, who will be taking over? We're going to get to all of that, but first I need you to thumb up the live stream. Rich Mitch, are you still with us? I have a question for you, Rich. Nancy, thank you, my love. Rich,
donated $10.
Rich, okay, hold on. Nancy, let me do Nancy first, and then we're going to get back to Rich. Rich, I need you to type in the chats. I need to know you're still here because I have a question for you. Hit it, Bubbles, for Nancy. Thank you, Nancy, so much for the love and support. baby. Thank you, guys. If you wish to tip your host, ding, thank you. And also, Rich Mitch says I am here. Okay, Rich, darling, have you, by any chance, been added to the YouTube Perfume Day celebration? YouTube selected like 12 or 13 perfume YouTubers to promote in a special Perfume Day celebration. I was not one of them, just FYI. But Rich, have they added you perchance? Corey Emerson says, I saw that. I think it's dumb. Rich Mitch says, I have not. I'm not important enough. I have seen the list. My. How little YouTube considers us to be worthy. And actually, how little YouTube deems perfume talk to be relevant. According to their selection, at least, it would appear so. But okay. We're not bitter. We're not bitter. Life goes on. Hi, Vel. Hi, Stephen. Crazy Cat, Lady Joe, Melissa. Richard says, Humst is upon the list. Humst. Just go check it out. They actually even have a little logo, a little symbol, little perfume bottlets. Whatever. We'll go. They did not select us. That's fine. Their loss. You know, Rich, this is what I say. Hi, Zara Justine. How's it going? Hi, Deco Fashion Bunker. Happy to catch you live. Hi, sweetie. I want to talk to you. Claudia from B, thank you to Virginie Viard for waiting to announce her departure on the day of the live stream with Decob. Well, I got to say, Virginie did one. You know, but oh my God, there's so much to say about this because, like, oh boy, this live stream. Ooh, this one's going to go down in history. Fashion Bunker history.
Yes.
Fashion history. And there she is, Virginie Viard in the chats. Elephant in the room. I know my people. Cheers, sweetie. Virginie, she watches, baby. Oh, and Lena Nair also watches. She said in an interview, yes, she observes social media and she always watches social media. And so one doth wonder. Hi, Lena, in case you're watching. I have stuff to say.
Hello.
Hi, Shifa Bukhari. How's it going, sweetie? Hi, matey. I'm shook, says Rich, but knowing the type of people they'll have chosen, I'm glad I'm not one. I'd rather be not chosen with you than chosen with them. Rich Mitch, here, cheers, sweetie. If I were in a post live stream moment right now, I would have, drank a shot with you. But no, we doth be drinking and sipping hot, titillating and sizzling tea. Grabbing some wine for this one. Can't wait for the tea. Okay, well, let's jump straight to it, you guys. Thumb up the live stream. Hi, Caleb. Hi, Fernando. Hi, Robbie. Steven. Hi, everybody. All. Hi, Bikini Burger. Bikini. RF Buffy. I'm home early enough to once enjoy live stream. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Thumb up the live stream. And if you are part of the rewatch crew and you're watching this shenanigan of a live stream later on, after it's over, as the rewatch crew, don't forget to help out the Fashion Bunker and comment down below timestamp of whenever a new topic begins and the title of the topic. That helps me later on generate titles for you guys. Hi, Pau. Hi, Xavier. How's it going? We are now at over 300 people watching, and we are at 188 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get to 300 likes. Oh, thank you so much, 87.
87 Givenchy donated $6. I hope they consider Marc Jacobs to take over Chanel. Who do you think will take over?
I'm going to tell you who I think is going to take over when we do the segment about this, but Marc Jacobs is definitely... a name that I will be mentioning in my video that we're going to be filming together today. So stay tuned till we start filming that segment later today. But for now, Bubbles, thank you so much to Givenchy. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Hi, Frozen Luxury. Ballet flats for everyone. Yes, but they have to be Balenciaga, darling. Balenciaga. Cha. So anyway, Jolie, right. Miriam, how's it going? I hope Virginie will be okay. I sincerely do, but Chanel had to do that. Miriam, we don't know who did that. If she decided to leave, if they told her bye-bye, there's a lot to talk about. Miri, don't point a finger just yet. Don't point a finger just yet. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 206 likes. Yay, we did it, Joe. Let's get to 300 likes. Cheers, sweetie. Okay. Now, can we talk about the cultural appropriation for a second? Let me film this one because what can I say, you guys? We got an issue here with Louis Vuitton. And Louis Vuitton, you know, they do what they do. They be doing what they be doing. And they really, you know, they don't care. They don't care. LVMH. Let's film this. Hi, everybody. Jacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Louis Vuitton / LVMH getting in trouble for cultural appropriation, being called out for cultural appropriation, and potentially maybe there will perchance even be a lawsuit. We don't know. But everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. So, thumb up this video, subscribe, and let's get to it. Listen to this. The Guardian reports and other news outlets as well. And we do have also pictures to show you what the cultural appropriation is all about this time. And you might be thinking, oh, well, because Pharrell did, you know, Indian inspired. I mean, probably, you know, Native American, the original people of Americas are coming for him. Haute Pinkray says, I can't be a cowboy. In the chats, this video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Come join the fun, come join the chats. And Haute Pinkray just said in the chats, implying it's that cowboy Indian collection. Michael is asking, are we talking about more Native American cultural appropriation? No, you guys, this time it's something different. I was also shocked because I was thinking, well, if we're going to have cultural appropriation moment here, it's going to be because of Pharrell's latest collection. Well, before the cruise collection, which technically was Gisquier, not Pharrell, but the male collection with the cowboys and the Indians. No, darling. This is a different instance. And yes, it does involve the female collection. So this time around, Pharrell is exempt from the finger pointing. Well, for once, he gets a pass. Not next time, though. This time around, it's the female collection, and so it appears as though Nicolas Gisquier is a little bit in trouble at Louis Vuitton. Why? Well, The Guardian reports that Louis Vuitton is accused of cultural appropriation of a Romanian blouse. We got Romania in the house complaining about cultural appropriation of their heritage and their shirts. Now listen to this. Romania's Minister of Culture even jumped in. Can I show you the picture? I can show you the picture. Ta-da. Now, not all of these pieces, but in particular, this little shirt right here. This is the one that is causing the big trouble. Even the culture minister of Romania has spoken out against Louis Vuitton, and they're asking officially Louis Vuitton to acknowledge the seemingly Romanian roots of a blouse included in its 2024 collection after the French luxury house was accused of cultural appropriation. Now, earlier this week, there's also an association of La Blouse Romaine, the Romanian blouse, an online collective. There is an online collective that is dedicated to Romanian blouse heritage, dedicated to promoting the intricately embroidered Romanian blouse known as the IE, called out Louis Vuitton for violating the cultural rights of several communities after it debuted a similar blouse without acknowledging its status as a symbol of Romania's folk culture. Now, on social media, La Blouse Romaine requested that Louis Vuitton remove the pièces until it could obtain agreement to use the cultural design and credit it appropriately. This association has been quoted to say, "We need to protect our intangible cultural heritage. It's our cultural right to express our identity through these garments, through these traditional costumes." This was said by Andrea Diana Tănăsescu, the founder of La Blouse Romaine, as she spoke to the Associated Press. "They are part of Romanian history," she said. The Blouse Romaine shop, established in 2013 to allow artisans to sell their products, went further, accusing Louis Vuitton of cultural appropriation and calling on it to give credit to the source of its inspiration. While designer pieces often sell for exorbitant prices, they strip away the cultural significance, authenticity, and the stories woven into each thread by the hands of skilled Romanian artisans. It added, now the country's Minister of Culture weighed in soon after, saying, "We will request that Louis Vuitton recognize the heritage and cultural value of the traditional blouse model with ribbons." Raluca Turcan, I think Turcan, wrote on Facebook late on Monday, describing it as an opportunity to foster international recognition. Now, I'm going to show you also the original version of La Blouse Romaine. And so you get to see, this is Louis, and now, bloom, 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 magic, and there you go. There you go. This is the cultural heritage of Romania, and these are the shirts, and not just the shirts, but also the dresses, the embroidery, the vests, the pants, the hats. I mean, everything really. So there you go. I mean, Corey says, if other cultures can claim appropriation, why can't Europeans? Exactly. And in fact, Romania is claiming it, and justly so, because, I mean, in my humble opinion, it's a no-brainer. Hella Barbara Rank in the chat says, "Viva la Romania!" La Romanie. Romanie. Michael Ocampo says, "How many Romanians were compensated for producing said blouse for Louis Vuitton?" We do not know. But what is very interesting is that they are also in conversation, because this association is also saying, like, take down the products that are culturally appropriating our culture, and ask permission first, negotiate with us, give proper credit, and then we can give you, we can allow you in good faith, or however you want to legally state it, to sell said product. Because at the beginning, what the cultural minister was saying, I thought, oh, he was just implying, oh, well, let's just give them credit, give the people of the Romanian blouse the credit. And I'm like, but that's not enough. I mean, if Louis Vuitton is making money off of this shirt, and they are charging probably more for that shirt than the actual artisans from Romania would be charging you if they made you one by hand, which is also crazy if you think about it. That alone of that can show you how insane these brands are overcharging for their products. Not because, they're going to tell you we're justifying it because inflation costs, because, we have a lot to do. It's very difficult for us. Production is very costly. We pay our workers fairly. You understand. I'm like, no, I don't, because the shirt in a better quality, handmade, not machine made, is actually more affordable, and it's the original, than if I spent extra couple $1,000s more on purchasing your version of the shirt, Louis Vuitton, and you're not even crediting where it's coming from. So I think like proof is in the pudding. Wouldn't you agree? They're way overpriced for what they are, plus not crediting the source. Corey says, yes, fashion designers have been doing this with Norwegian cultural stuff for decades. I'm so happy to see a European country standing their ground, says Corey. What do you guys think? I mean, let me know in the comment section down below. I mean, should Romania just let it go and let that shirt be? Or should they kind of, raise awareness about this and make Louis Vuitton pay? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Because Sabrina says, I need to know, was this inspired after scrolling the social media on vacation? Like, what made Louis Vuitton think they weren't going to be called out? This is what baffles the mind, Sabrina. Thank you for the chat, by the way. Really good one. This is what baffles the mind. How many times these brands really... I don't even think that they think that they're clever, like, we're going to get away with it. I think they're just not thinking. I think many times they're just really, they're like, well, we'll go. They just don't care. Oh, cute shirt. Like that episode of Ab Fab where they have all of the fashion editor magazine ladies that work together have a meeting. Patsy Stone is there as well. But one of them, the blonde lady that is like completely empty in her head, she's like, why don't we, for the next edition of our magazine, why don't we do some flowers? Because they're floral and they're colorful and they look good. And that's how they make their decisions. So I have the feeling sometimes really either this particular shirt was kind of pitched by maybe a Romanian intern that actually works for Louis Vuitton. We don't know. Maybe there's an intern that just pitched the idea and Nicolas Ghesquière was like, approved. Yeah, cool, let's use it without thinking where it comes from. They don't really have the time to do their research either. If you think about it, with the amount of collections that they keep churning out and the speed in which they produce and design, I don't think that they ponder many thoughts or many questions as to like where what comes from. And guys, by the way, in my humble opinion, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's probably a ton, and I mean a ton, of other little snatching moments, cultural appropriation moments, or not cultural appropriation moments, but appropriation from just individual artists with their original work that never comes to surface because either the artist doesn't notice it or the artist doesn't have a voice strong enough and a reach wide enough to speak out about said product being snatched from them. So I do believe that there's much more that a lot of these brands / luxury brands are taking from others, but it doesn't really, we don't recognize it, we don't see it, and, so that's why I like to make videos like these to raise awareness, like be observant, watch, look, learn, because stuff like this is important because now we've memorized it. Now, next time we see something similar, we're already alert. We already know. We don't have to be re-educated about it. That's really the beauty of social media when social media is used properly, because you learn and you share the information and you get to learn all of these things. And then you can also A, avoid making mistakes yourself if you are a creative person. And B, if you see somebody else making the mistake, maybe they're doing it in good faith, but you can at least tell them, hey, by the way, you're not doing this on purpose, but look, this is where it kind of comes from. This is the original. Are you sure you want to proceed with your design without crediting or asking permission for it first? You see what I mean? So I think a conversation is really important, especially when it comes to these type of claims, appropriations, snatch and steal. And it's really, really important to talk because maybe the designer really didn't know. Although, let me just rewind back to the other shirt one last moment to look at it, because you see this is... It's a no-brainer to me, but to each their own. Let me know your thoughts down below. Subscribe, thumb up the video if you liked it. And until next time, never give up on love. Bye. So, you guys, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Heaven says fashion is about art and culture and travel all in one. I think every day each one of us is probably appropriating something. They should give credit. I'm not part of the cancel culture. Heaven, this has nothing to do with cancel culture. Just to be very clear, you guys, I have a very different opinion on when you as a consumer get inspired by something and you wear it because you love it. You're not making money off of it. You might, maybe not be so versed or ignorant in somebody's culture, but you love something and you're wearing it, maybe for all the wrong reasons, doesn't matter, but you're not making money off of it. It's a very different thing when a big corporation, especially a multi-billion corporation, takes somebody's hard-earned work and profits off of it without paying that person or that culture or that association or that group anything, not paying them money, not paying them credit, nothing. There's a very, 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 very big difference between the two. Just saying. But also, we have really very famous artists who have also been noted to quote Pablo Picasso, for example. He always says, the best art is always stolen. I'm paraphrasing here. But he always said, best artists always steal. And I mean, he went down in history as one of the biggest artists of our time. Well, of his generation, I guess. I mean, we still consider him a modern contemporary artist, don't we? Even though it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. You know what I'm saying? Imitation is the highest form of flattery, says Linda. Until you start earning money with it, that's a problem. That's a problem. Ollie, I love the Romanian shirt as well. Definitely. Thumb up the live stream, you guys. We have a lot to talk about. 400 watching. Come on, let's get to 400 likes. Hi, Louie. How's it going, sweetie? Hi, Debbie. How's it going? Debbie has awoketh from her slumber. Debbie, our vampire moderatrice du jour, is joining the chats. We got 227 likes, 400 people watching. While we're at it, let me just say, Birkin, Mr. Beast, Bitcoin, Birkin, and Kelly while we're at it. Hi, George. How's it going? Kuro, how's it going? Hey, Jackie. How's it going, Jackie? So sorry if I missed anybody in the chats because, when I blabber on and film a segment, I don't see all the people in all the chats. Not done on purpose. Louis Vuitton takes down little old Foxy LV, but can do that to a garment? Good point. Good point, Saya. We still do not know, Instagram doesn't really want to tell you, why they took down. I mean, they give you that vague explanation why they took down your account, but they're not going to really tell you. You're going to have to really involve a lawyer to push it really far. But also, if Foxy is in the state of California, she has extra rights because in California, they cannot take away your Instagram account just like that, like they can in other countries. You have special extra rights in California. So let Foxy know that, Saya, but she would need to contact a lawyer. Zaika says, Mr. Beast is now the YouTuber with most subscribers. Yes, we know. We know, and his name doth trigger the algorithm, doesn't it? But anyway, we digress. Rich Mitch, thank you, my love.
Rich Mitch donated $2. Where can I find the list of people on YouTube's fragrance reviewer recommendations, please?
I'll do a screenshot and I'll send it to Audrey, and then she'll forward it to you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's literally it's an extra page that YouTube built where they compiled a list of 12 or 13 of them. You know what I'm saying? There you go. So I'll send it. You just have to be a little bit patient because I have to look for it myself again, or a screenshot of it so I can send you the list. Oh, wait, hold on. We got Nancy gifted. Oh no, wait, we got a Papa Cherry to Rich Midge. Papa Cherry. Hit it, Bubbles. Yes. And now Nancy just gifted 5 Super Day Cup memberships. Thumb up the live stream while we celebrate the new Tier 1 members. R. Bob was gifted a membership by Nancy. Michael Ocampo was gifted a membership by Nancy. Blue Egyptian Lotus was gifted a membership by Nancy. Jolie already has membership. Aperol Spritz J was gifted a membership by Nancy. And Jeno was gifted a membership by Nancy. Welcome everybody, all the new Tier 1 members to the Fashion Bunker, and thank you so much, Nancy, for being so generous and gifting the new memberships. If you wish to be gifted a membership on my channel, you have to click in to opt into receiving gifts on my channel. That way, when somebody decides to gift memberships, it's a basically it's a kind of like a raffle that happens without what you might call it, randomly, and you might get gifted one. Frozen Luxury just gifted 5 Super Deco memberships. Thank you, Saya. And we got Caroline Steele was gifted a membership by Frozen Luxury. There we go. Caleb Snell was gifted a membership by Frozen Luxury. Shelby J. Williams was gifted a membership by Frozen Luxury. Michelle Muro was gifted a membership by Frozen Luxury. And Marina was gifted a membership by Frozen Luxury. Bam! Thank you, Saya, so much, and welcome to all the new Tier 1 members. We also got Melissa Teresa, member for 5 months, Tier 1 member, sending us a membership super chat. OMG alive, I love it here. Melissa, my love, thank you so much for being so kind, and thank you for being with us.
$10.
Crazy Cat Lady Joe. I'm glad you're with us too, sweetie. Thank you, Crazy Cat Lady Joe, for the tip. Hit it, Bubbles. Bubbles, what's up, girl? You guys, this means the world to me. You don't understand, because channels usually survive thanks to sponsored videos. We don't do sponsored videos, or try not to. So all of the tips and all of the help that you bring in is actually what keeps this channel afloat. Your tips and donations allow us to not have to pesca you with 50,000, hi, this video is sponsored by some weird app that nobody cares about. So thank you guys so much. And Melissa Teresa just gifted 5 Super Deco memberships. Alyssa in Wonderland was gifted a membership by Melissa Teresa. Did we pop it? Everything is freezing, man. BB was gifted a membership by Melissa Teresa. Oshi D was gifted a membership by Teresa. Melissa Teresa. Claudia von B was gifted a membership by Melissa Teresa. And Naked Eyes was gifted a membership by Melissa Teresa. Boom! Thank you, Melissa, so much for gifting the 5 Super Deco memberships. Welcome to all the new Tier 1 members. Start using your emojis, and while you're at it, thumb up the video. Thank you. Thumb up the video. Let's get to 400 likes while I'm sipping the hot sizzling tea. Oh my gosh, so much to talk about. Are we filming the Birkin thing, or is it just talk? Hold on, you guys. I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, we are. All right. Oh, yeah, a little controversy now, you guys. Let's film it. Fine. Taking one for the team. Oh, boy. Hold your horses. Don't get your feathers ruffled. Or do, whatever you prefer. Hi, everybody. Jacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. So, sometimes when we talk about fashion, we tend to forget that, there are morals there as well. There are behavioral codes and patterns. Fashion magazines are not going to want to showcase you if you're not famous enough, or if you're not friends with the right people, if Anna Wintour doesn't like you, honey, you're not going to make it on the cover of Vogue. And so one of those instances, which was kind of a very blatant, being the only first lady to kind of not make it on Anna's Vogue cover, was Melania. So Melania Trump is in the news. Now, listen, don't get your feathers ruffled. We're not going to talk politics here. We're just going to talk fashion. And I mean, credit where credit is due on a certain level. Hear me out before you get all angry. Okay. Now, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Decoball spelled together there as well for extra perks. Thank you to all my patrons and members who have already pledged. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week, so come join the fun, come join the chats, and everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Vel in the chat says, not my girl, Melania. Daria says, Melania has great style. Okay, guys, I'm glad that we're having a civil conversation here because I really want to keep the political aspect out of this, but first of all, ever since the conviction of her hubby, and I'm just going to leave it at that, this is the first time we're seeing her in public. She left the Trump Tower with her boy, okay, with her child, with Baron, and she has been spotted, and I think I have some pictures. She has been spotted wearing an outfit, and here we got page 6. We're crediting page 6 for the lovely news. Melania Trump wears 4-figure jumpsuit from Max Mara and a $15,000 Hermes bag in first sighting since her hubby's conviction. She never got the cover of Vogue. Sure, Vogue definitely outed itself as being politically leaning to a specific direction, and do you guys think that that's okay? Or should Vogue focus on fashion? Because let me tell you, honey, it's not like Vogue never in their life of existence of their magazine, it's not like they always only posted people who have women who are married to men who are morally completely intact. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there has been a lot that Vogue has showcased. And also, quite frankly, Vogue has often showcased relatively ugly fashion as well. So, and Métis says Vogue is unalived. Let me just say something here, okay? Like I said, take her hubby. Sounds like I'm talking about Mel in Melbourne. Hubby here, hubby there. Oh, Mim. No, but no, I'm talking about her hubby, not your hubby, Mim. Oh, little joke. Oh my God, I'm just going to cancel myself here. Hubby aside, I think Melania has wonderful taste. I think she has been trying really hard throughout all of these years, since the running for, I mean, she's the Mel from Mar-a-Lago, okay? She is Mel in Mar-a-Lago. Actually, she is Mel in Mar-a-Lago. She is Melania from Mar-a-Lago. Mel and Mim. She is Mim. There you go. Okay. She has had wonderful clothing, great style. This Max Mara jumpsuit is amazing. Is she Vogue material? From a fashion, stylistic point, yes. Yes, she's definitely more Vogue material than other people we've seen on the cover of Vogue. Period. Snobbing her so drastically is petty, in my opinion. Having snubbed her, designers saying, I'm never going to design for her and all that stuff. I found that really vulgar, that people would behave that way, period. So, that's just my opinion. Vel says she eats it up every single time. I mean, the woman is gorgeous, no doubt about it. And she also has beautiful style, in my opinion. So, but anyway, she was spotted wearing a Birkin, an ostrich Birkin. We have a picture. It's a Kelly. Sorry, guys. Check this out. The former First Lady wore the jumpsuit from Max Mara, which page 6 says $1,345. styled with a brown ostrich Hermes Kelly. Worth 5 figures. What do we think about this Kelly? I'm not a big fan of ostrich in general. It's kind of a delicate leather. But I like the color. And I love how we have this beautiful kind of sfumato going from the lighter part of the leather to the darker shades. And then it blends in with the jumpsuit, with the brown jumpsuit. Louis says, I really like her style. There you go. But sometimes I won't say it because people think I'm a fan of her husband, basically. I'm paraphrasing here. Yes. Well, this is the thing. We're here in the Fashion Bunker, you guys. We talk fashion and we can see above these things. I'm sorry, but we don't need to limit ourselves. Just because some people have vision like this doesn't mean we have to. Credit where credit is due. Corey K says, not an ostrich fan, but the color is gorgeous. This color is amazing. I love this color as well. We have more pictures. Let me see what else I got to show you here. Okay. Now, as Melania was leaving Trump Tower with Baron, all her suitcases were my favorite. Monogrammed Louis Vuitton, baby. Now, listen. Amazing. The paparazzi really got something here. A staff member loaded Louis Vuitton luggage into the car. The duffel bags, the key. Listen, to me, the hair, that wavy hair, that ombre hair, the jumpsuit, the oversized sunglasses, the tanned face, and then the monogrammed luggage. And yes, she also had the hard trunks, but also the soft trunks. She gave me Dynasty vibes. Listen, Linda, this is where it's at for me. You deliver glamour to me that is giving me 80s vibes. You're a winner. I'm sorry, but who does this anymore? Nobody. She's living in her own world, but in the best way possible. Let me show you the next picture where you get to see more of the, look at that. Look at that. We got a Horizon, I think, suitcase there. Then we got a key pawl. Then we got all of these baglets, garment baglets. There you have Baron Trump's initials. Here is we got the suitcase being loaded into the car, and they're traveling, honey. Louis Vuitton. She does have nice style, says Nader. So I'm just, leaving it there. Buffy says she has height and model features, so she looks great. Smurfette says she has always tried too hard to be Jackie O. I think Jackie O, just to be very clear, Jackie O is very 50s, 60s, 70s. Melania to me is 80s, very, very 80s. Quite different from Jackie O in a way, There's another picture that I've seen of her recently where she has a really, really cool re-edition of the peplum Dior black jacket with a gorgeous little peplum to the side. Very, very beautiful. Amy says, yep, she was a poor little girl in Slovenia watching Dynasty. She knew exactly what she wanted when she grew up. So, Val says Melania is definitely giving 80s babe vibes. Let me show you the first picture one last time so you get to see what I'm talking about, just if you're tuning in just now. This is 80s. This is 80s. I mean, plus the hair is so much hair. It's covering up. I don't know. Maybe she even has shoulder pads. This is 80s. The belt, the structure, the high waist, the sunglasses. It's a fantasy. And we're just merely talking about the fashion aspect here. She's delivering. So Anna Wintour, you really? Are we going to snob fashion like that? Good, because that shows me that you are the snob. Well, way to go, girl. I guess you're not giving Brits a good rep after all, Anna. All right. Thank you so much, guys. Let me know what you guys think about the look. And also prove to me in the comments that we can keep this conversation humane. You know what I'm saying? And polite. Let's see if we can rise above the politics. Love you loads. Take care and never give up on love. Bye. We got 500 people watching, 272 likes. Let's get to 300 likes. It's super easy. We need 28 likes. May T says Vogue is unalived. I used to buy it, but it's crap. Yeah, no, Vogue has become a little bit difficult. But you see, and just to be kind of fair, right? So, for example, I was like doing my research before this video, just thought, okay, if somebody were to say something about, yeah, but like all the other presidents' wives have been on the cover. Yes, I was checking if Biden's, if Jill was on the cover, and she was on the cover. Very interesting, though. She was on the cover of Vogue in August of 2021. So, the elections were in 2020, right? And so late 2020, like November, we got the results. And then, of course, Vogue needs several months lead time to decide who's going to be on the cover of what month. And then they have to choose a wardrobe for you. It's a process. You can't just say, oh, okay, you won, you become president today. Tomorrow you're on the cover of Vogue. You need time. But it's very interesting how Anna Wintour did not give Jill the best month, you see. She gave her August. And August is the worst month. So shady. The shade. August is the worst month. How do we know that August is the first month? Let me sip some tea while I tell you this. Do you remember just a couple of months ago, we had the Netflix TV show about the top models? Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista. Those two had a little moment together in the documentary. Do you guys remember? If you don't, you got me to refresh your memory. Cheers. That's why you're here, darling. I got all the goss. So Cindy Crawford's first cover was apparently August, like back in the 80s. Linda, back in the day, said, "Oh, well, it's the worst cover that they could have given you. The September issue is the most important one, but August is like the slump. It's like the smallest issue of Vogue. I remember," says Amy Carmen. Good, you're my people. You remember, and so Linda Evangelista kind of threw subtle shade at Cindy back in the day. And Cindy still to this day remembers it. So Cindy brought it back onto the table when they were talking for the documentary about the top models, which was shot like a year or two ago. And Cindy says, yes, my first cover was August, even though, and then she turns to Linda, even though Linda said that that's like the worst cover you could be on. And Linda looks into the camera and says, no, I gotta learn to keep my mouth shut. Listen, Linda, there you go. So you can imagine Jill Biden getting the cover of August. Anna Wintour did that on purpose, allegedly. Carlos Illustrate says, that was a running joke between my friends and I back in the day. I remember. You see? Melissa says, hate is gonna hate, but she is fan-friggin-tastic. I'm from Texas, and it's totally given old school Dallas vibes. Oh my God, Melissa? Oh, there's a fruit fly in the bunker. I adore Dallas. Okay, that TV show. Barbara Bel Geddes, we talked about this a couple of months ago. I will never forget Barbara Bel Geddes opening the door to a guy who's trying to break in. And the way she says trespasser. Do you guys remember we were talking about, she says trespasser. And she has a gun in her hand. She's like, we do not take kindly to trespassers. You're a trespasser. I'm like, trespasser? I've never heard it pronounced that way. I always say trespasser. Well, turns out in the last live stream where we talked about Miss Ellie, yes, Barbara Bel Geddes as Miss Ellie. She, by the way, she also won an Emmy for her role as Barbara Bel Geddes as Miss Ellie in Dallas in the episode where she was battling the Big C. Dallas did not only give us fabulous fashion moments, it also gave us really deep conversations. And Miss Ellie, she was, getting older in the show, and her character got diagnosed with the big C, and she had to get a mastectomy, and it was a very, very emotional episode, and her coming back to loving herself as a woman, because she felt lesser than, because she thought her husband is not going to love her anymore if she's not full and complete. She delivered that role and that particular topic with such grace and such emotion and fragility. Oh, I get goosebumps just remembering it. Thank you for becoming a member, Givenchy. Tier 2 member, 87 Givenchy. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much. So Barbara Bel Geddes as Miss Ellie delivered such a beautiful portrayal of a woman being so fragile and having to lose her, what she felt was her womanhood, right? And then just to rediscover that actually she didn't lose anything, her beauty and her magic and all the poise and the grace that she emanates, that comes from within. That has nothing to do with her superficial appearance. And was such a beautiful, and by the way, this in the 80s, to have a conversation like that was groundbreaking. And still to this day, that's one of the most beautiful episodes from Dallas. We got 293 likes. Come on, guys, let's get to 300 likes. Debbie, thank you for the super chat, membership super chat. Enjoying the live? Thumb up, please. Thank you, guys. Thumb up the live stream and tip your host if you're enjoying all the controversial topics. But yes, Barbara Bel Geddes was also in Hitchcock movies. John Noga, how's it going, sweetie? With the exit of Grace Coddington, the standard at Vogue has diminished. Talk about it. Tell me about it. Hi, Unsolicited Opinions by Yella. Welcome, sweetie. Hi, Rachel. We haven't talked about Virginie yet. No, we have not, but we will. Okay. Now, we're getting to Chanel. First I want to mention something. We're not going to film the butter. We're just going to talk about it, right? You guys, this is hilarious. We've been talking about Melissa Takat says, absolutely, Dallas. Grew up watching it, and I always was mesmerized by the fashion. Gorgeous. And then when Dynasty arrived, Dynasty started copying Dallas in the beginning. But then Dynasty became more popular than Dallas. And then all of a sudden, Dallas started copying Dynasty fashion. But honey, the fashion, the shoulder pads, the hair, the makeup, the glamour of both Dallas and Dynasty are unmatched. Grant Ramirez, thank you so much, sweetie.
Grant Ramirez donated $10.
Hit it, Bubbles. There you go, sweetie. Oh, those shoulder pads. Right, Caleb? Yes to everything Dynasty. Oh, just amazing. Seriously, just amazing. Also the writing, the flamboyance. We're living. Those times have gone. Now when you watch stuff, everything is very dry and aseptic. But we can lube it up and we can oil it up.
This is like, you know what I'm saying?
That's right, Pharrell. You know what I'm saying, Pharrell? Because we are at this point in time in fashion history, where we are lubing up fashion. The news has dropped. It's been in the convo for several weeks, to be perfectly honest with you, but now more and more news outlets are picking this up. Do you guys know what the next top color of the season is? Like the color, the fashion color of 2024? And I'm not even joking. I'll give you a second. While you are thumbing up this live stream, yes, the color of 2024 is butter yellow.
Butter.
Butter yellow. There are articles being written about the cinnamon roll. Says Bordeaux. No, honey, not Bordeaux. Light blue. Says no. Butter yellow. I kid you not. Several articles have been written with photos to prove it and receipts. And this is one of the reasons why today we have a little bit of orange, but also a little bit of butter yellow in the background. Did that on purpose. Butter yellow. You know, not in my color wheel, says RF Buffy. Just saying. Butter yellow. Butter lube, says John. Caleb says, I was about to say butter yellow. I know someone who is thinking of getting a Lady Dior in that color. Do tell. Who? Who? Spill the beans. Why is it that I'm the only channel on YouTube that talks about luxury that is not afraid to spill the beans, to do the gossip? We don't take anything too seriously. And then I have to watch other people on their little channels making videos about how, oh, the YouTube community is toxic. How everybody's like toxic. I don't want to interact with people who are toxic. If you don't grow a pair of balls, and I don't care what gender you are, then maybe you shouldn't be on YouTube to begin with. If you're gonna, YouTube is a dirty place to be. The fashion world is a dirty place to be. If you're not ready to roll up your sleeves and roll in the mud with the rest of us, then honey, go work at McDonald's, okay? Get yourself a clean pair of soaps to clean the dishes at McDonald's. Seriously, I'm sick and tired of the, I'm not going to mention any names, but everything is so toxic. But I'm not one of the toxic, really? But you're making a video about it? You don't realize how toxic that makes you look. Like, are you dumb? Or are you playing all your viewers for fools? I don't know. Either way, let's talk Chanel. Period. It's the conservative attitude of people who do fashion channels. Please, give me a break. We need Joan Rivers back. We need more people who are not afraid to tell their opinion. I was just watching the other night, Joan Rivers talking about Chelsea Handler. She called her a hoe. Literally. On public television in an interview, she was like, and I'm like, that's my girl. That's my girl. Like, she goes for the jugular. She doesn't care. You know, she's like, listen, Linda, life is short. What are you going to do? Say it like you mean it. Say it like, I love Joan Rivers. I miss her to bits. Really. No, for sure. Anyway, so, there you go. Now we also know what the color is of the year. It is butter yellow.
Butter.
So you can Google it and you can find out all the examples of butter yellow garments, accessories, everything. Simple and to the point. Right, Tanya? There you go. Joan was a broad. Right, Corey? And plus it's fun. Please. Ugh. You know, and then it's always, and then when you say something opinionated, you know, then they come for you in the comments, and then they say, oh my God, how dare you? You're so vulgar. I'm like, why are you watching? You saw the title. You're the one who's like watching it, eating your crackers, right? Drinking your tea, enjoying this, but then like, but you're holier than thou. So you're going to be the one who leaves the comments saying like, oh my God, you're so vulgar talking about these. I'm like, you're vulgar watching it. So there you go. Two vulgar hoes in one room. What are you going to do? Hella Barbara Rank says she called her a mattress tester. It was fantastic. I mean, it's a vibe. Joan Rivers, please. You know, I will forever miss Joan Rivers. Pale yellow with pale blue love, says Robbie. Let me touch up my makes-ups, and we're going to dive into it while you're thumbing up the live stream. Caleb says, I love when they click on a video of a man talking about bags and then leave a rude comment. Oh, the homophobia, darling. Especially, I loving the homophobia during Pride Month. when they're like, you know, I'm like, girl, just please, you know, as if I give two Fs, seriously. You know what I'm saying? Butter. You tell him, Pharrell.
Butter.
You know, for the longest time, I thought Pharrell was a sister. It turns out he married and has kids. But then again, so many sisters do. One doth wonder. Oh yeah, Michael Ocampo, Joan called someone a hoe. Pit Vipe on Celebrity Apprentice. Yes, well, you know, she also called her a pahoka player. A pahoka player. She did. A pahoka butter. Yeah, pipi lama pahoka butter. The jury's still on that emotion engine, right? Mm-hmm. Ah, there you go. Jolie Simple Opinion says, my ex-husband, for example. Ah, Peppa LaBeija.
Peppa LaBeija donated $50. Hugs.
Thank you so much, Peppa LaBeija. Ah, our queen, our doggy queen, has helped the fashion bunker tremendously. Thank you so much. Bubbles, hit it for Peppa LaBeija. Yes, queen. Thank you so much. And while we're at it, go check out Paris is Burning. The documentary is for free on YouTube after the live stream. Julie Simple Bean says, married 14 years, had a kid, then he came out. Go figure. Typical men. Typical. Oh, Amy, Peppa LaBeija is watching. Hi, Peppa LaBeija. How's it going, sweetie? Yes, I miss both Joan Rivers and Wendy Williams. The shade was delish. The shade was delish like a knish. Like Sophia Petrillo's knish on the boardwalk. So let's do a little Chanel now, you guys. I'm so excited to share this with you. Hit it, Bubbles. Let's film.
Please send it to me.
Rachel, give it to me, baby. Give it to me, please. Thumb up the live stream. Let's get to 400 likes. We never managed to do that in a live. Well, we did once, I think. Over 500 likes we did have one time. We'll go. And are you ready, you Chanel lovers and perfumistas?
Show me to me, please. Send it to me, baby.
Hit it, Bublé. Hi, everybody. Jacob here. Welcome back to the Fragrant Bunker. We got an unboxing to do. Yes. As so many wonderful unboxers out there sing when they pull out the product of their desire, they do the ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. That's where there you go. You know who you are. We're going to do something similar. So I just came from Chanel and I got a little extra pre-access guilty to this product that I'm so excited to share with you. By the time you see this video, probably it's already released. But I have here, because honestly, I was waiting a little bit longer to unbox this, but you guys, you started bombarding me on social media. Go check me out on Jacob CC, all spelled together, from my Chanel fan page. Not in any way connected to the brand, just my photos that I take, but also Super Jacob Backup, all spelled together. 56 DMs in the last 2 days, just telling me, Jacob, did you know about this? Did you know about? I'm like, I've been known about this since January, but I was not allowed to talk. So there you go. I did mention it in secret in the pre-shows. And here we go. You can subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Jacob, all spelled together. There's well for extra perks. If you're a tier 2 member or a tier 2 patron of my main Super Jacob channel, you do get access to extra live streams every Saturday. The pre-show live streams where a lot of intel is leaked about the future of brands we love and what's coming out, you know, stuff that we cannot release in the main videos, but we talk about it in the pre-show because what happens in the pre-show stays in the pre-show. Daria says, you already have it? My essay is making me wait until the 13th. You see, Daria? That's what I'm saying. Daria, if you follow me on Jacob CC or on Super Jacob Backup, my 2 Instagram accounts, you would have known already. I spilled the beans there. Thumb up this video. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Here we go. We're going to do the first ever on YouTube unboxing of the new Chanel No. 5 L'Eau in the limited edition. Well, they want to call it the perfume drop shaped bottle, but let's be honest here, that's just brand marketing really desperately trying to make it sound like something better than it is. This is to me a pebble It's a futuristic pebble, not really a perfume, droplet. Linda S., there you go. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-da! Exactly, the unboxing moment. So I have already broken the seal for one reason and one reason only. I wanted to deliver the best video possible for you guys with beautiful details. Because let me tell you something. This bottle, there are cons, mostly pros, but there are cons to this bottle. But I wanted really to have beautiful, I've been working on these photos since I got the perfume to deliver to you beautiful high-resolution detailed pictures so you get a very clear idea of how this bottle is constructed. Okay, so this is not just you're like, here's a bottle, blah, 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 blah. No, we're going to get into everything you need to know about this little beauty. First and foremost, the box of the Chanel No. 5 L'Eau in the limited edition Pebble bottle. It only comes as a 50 ml size, meaning 1.7 fluid ounces. 1.7 fluid ounces, some people think it's a little bit too small, but once you see the bottle, you understand why it cannot be bigger. There's a whole tactile experience that goes with this. It wouldn't work if the bottle were bigger, in my humble opinion. But first, the box. The box is the size, more or less, of the hand cream, the Chanel No. 5 L'Eau hand cream, or the regular Chanel Beauty hand cream in the riche and in the normal texture. They released them several years ago. They're in that pebbled shape. The same pebble is now turned into glass. But the box is flimsy. Here's the first con. Listen. You hear? That is literally the bottle inside, not really being padded properly inside of the box. So that's the first issue I have with this. And the box, if you squish it, it's not very solid on the inside. So it's very squishable, and mine got a dent in the bag just because the bottle is really heavy inside and it got squished. So that's the first negative. But I do love the circle in silver that is kind of hinting at the shape of the bottle inside. This is an eau de toilette concentration, and the batch code is 0203. It's right down here, but it's etched in there. It's not printed. So it's kind of just, they just cut through the paper there to give you the batch code. So 0203. This is the back of the bottle if you wish to see the ingredients. It's made in France. The fragrance and the bottle are both made in France. It does look like the hand cream, right? But it's not. So when we open this, we have the cardboard inside that flips open. It has that little dent, like to keep the bottle in shape, but this doesn't help at all. And then here's the bottle. You see how the bottle, it just slides out. It wobbles in there. Here it is, you guys. Look at this little beauty. Oh boy, there's so much to say about this. It's so gorgeous. Really, really, really gorgeous. But let me first, we're still talking about the box. So that's the box. When you pull this out, it's not like the first L'Eau version from 2016, where the cardboard inside had the indent, like etched in impression of the bottle. Remember how beautiful that was? No, this is just your very, very flimsy, thin cardboard that kind of holds the bottle in like this. It's not very sturdy. So this Chanel, they cheaped out a little bit on this. But let's get to the pièce de résistance, which is the actual bottle. Now I'm going to blend in here the pictures so you get to see also what else come. There you go. The first picture I want to share with you is the box, my little pebble here, and these are the samples. They also have printed special samples for this release, and I find that really, really cool. The samples were made before this bottle. So one of the samples I have is a batch code 0101. So you do have the sample also, although it's really hard to see. but it has kind of an etching around it. Well, here you can see it better on the photo. So there is a very, very delicate indentation inside of this front page that has the pebble shape in it. And it's just really hard to see. Really hard to see. You see it a little bit. And then when you open it, inside you get the pebble photo and you get a 1.5 milliliter sample. And then in the back you have your ingredients. So very fascinating how they have created also a limited edition sample booklet, like this little paperlet, to go with the launch of this bottle. By limited edition, I mean this is a one and done deal. Do you remember the red Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum and the red Chanel No. 5 L'Eau 100 milliliter bottles, as well as the Parfum 900 milliliter splash bottle in red? Those were released several years ago just for the holiday season. Once those were sold out, that was it. Chanel very clearly stated it's a limited edition. Once they're gone, they're gone. Same with this little pebbly bottle here. The bottle itself contains l'eau. There is no bottle version pebble for eau de parfum or eau de toilette or eau première or the parfum. They only did l'eau. And one of the reasons why the background is so orangey today is because l'eau is stripped, the way Olivier Polge conceived this concentration of Chanel No. 5 was to strip it down to the bare minimum essential DNA factors of Chanel No. 5 and to deliver a very fresh, youthful version of it, simplifying it, in other words. So there's a lot of neroli, there's a lot of orange in here, there's a lot of those fresh citrusy accords that make it really beautiful for summer. But that's why it kind of smells of the color orange a little bit, yellow orange. That's why this background, gorgeous smell. So let's spray it on. As I show you, oh, this is divine. As I show you the next picture. Somebody asked me, Jacob, did they reformulate, did they water it down? No. My answer was there's like nothing to water down. This thing is stripped to the bare minimum. It's a very, very light version of Chanel No. 5. That's why it's also called l'eau, like the water. So it's even a lighter version of the eau de toilette. This is the pebble, photographed by yours truly. It's intense in just the right way, just like it was when it was first released back in like 2016. And the price. Now, 50 milliliter for No. 5 l'eau in the standard Chanel No. 5 bottle, glass bottle, 50 ml is going to cost you $172 roundabout. Oh, no, sorry. What am I talking about? No. 50 ml is going to cost you $138. $138, something like that. $138. This version is going to cost you $155. So, yes, this does cost more, like $17 more than the other one. Bad in math. I know that there's a $17 difference, and I know that this is $155. So you do the math and take $17 off, and then you can get how much the 50 ml in the standard bottle costs, right? For No. 5 l'eau. Now, originally, allegedly, when this intel leaked back in January that this thing was going to come, the price that was mentioned was $172. Now, then I made several comments online, and we were talking about this, and I don't know what happened, but people were complaining that that's really expensive. $172 is almost the price of the 100 milliliter version in the regular bottle of Chanel No. 5 l'eau. So looky, eggs and cookie, once Chanel actually released the perfume, what a pleasant surprise that they did not put a price tag on this of $172, but they placed a price tag on this of $155. Now, that more or less $17 price difference between this bottle and the classic bottle, to me, is okay. The $17 are okay, and let me tell you why. Because the tooling for this bottle, to create this bottle, to tool it, costs money. And especially if they're planning to keep this a limited edition, that would mean that they're not going to utilize this tooling again, which means it costs more money to make than the standard bottle that they're producing in mass, constantly in rotation. You see what I'm saying? On top of that, what I found very beautiful and very, very, very elegant, oh my God, the smell is divine. By the way, you can check out my review of Chanel No. 5 Low on my Essentially Deco perfume channel, by the way. The stopper, this is amazing. The stopper is glass, not plastic. The stopper is glass. On the inside, the little click point that latches onto the metal. Let me show you the next picture here while we're talking. There you go. So we're going to get to this metal part as well. But you see this little part here? So the interior here has like 3 little teeth. They latch onto the neck of the bottle. The interior is plastic, but the exterior is fully glass. This lid, this stopper lid is so heavy. This bottle is so heavy. Oh, the click, did you hear? Oh, majestic. It's so heavy, such a beauty. And it is so futuristic. It does not stay up straight. It lays down flat. And here's another point. Some people have been comparing this to a perfume that has been released several years ago called Calvin Klein Obsessed for Her. Calvin Klein Obsessed for Her does have a pebble-shaped bottle, but not so streamlined and clean like Chanel, first of all. Second of all, it's cut at the bottom so it stands up straight. And it has a little bit more designs and ornaments around it. And the lid or the stopper is plastic. So they're quite different in my opinion, because this thing is a very futuristic bottle. I mean, it can't stand up straight. It just kind of wobbles around. And here we get to why I believe that this is perfectly suited for a 50 ml instead of a 100 ml bottle. First of all, 100 ml would be way too heavy because there's a lot of glass here. But second of all, it's a tactile experience to play with this, to touch it, to hold it. It's literally, it fits in the palm of your hand and it feels so relaxing and soothing to hold this pebble in your hand. I'm a very tactile person. So maybe to some of you this might appear creepy. To me, it's totally normal. I like, even what I love about the Les Exclusives bottles, I do prefer the 200 mils to the 75 mils because these also, they have something about them, how you take it in your hand, and the feeling of a 200 ml Les Exclusives bottle is just perfect. What a tactile experience. And also these magnetic stoppers, smells so good. The 200 ml has a resin version of the stopper, while the 75 ml has a plastic combined with metal, which is a different tactile experience. It's more cold to the touch. I prefer these plastic ones from the 200 ml. Anyway, there's something to be said about a tactile experience with a perfume. And this one is just the 50 ml, just fits in the hand so perfectly, it makes sense. Also to note, this is one of the first times that we have an eau de toilette concentration from Chanel that is not a refill, that doesn't have a sticker. Instead, we have a printed logo on it. Now, the printed logo is a hit or miss in some ways. We're going to get to that a little bit later. Let me show you the next picture that I took of this bottle. Here, I wanted to also take a photo of the back, because usually people don't photograph the back or do not show you the back of the bottles when they are reviewing a new bottle. And since this is a first for Chanel, we have a Chanel perfume that is literally in a round shape, first time for Chanel. So this is a kind of a historic, momentous occasion. I thought let's also check the back. So we have etched in the glass the eau de toilette concentration made in France, the 50 ml, you know, all of their kind of legal copyright, registered trademark intel here, their London address, because Chanel has moved to London. Yes, it's technically, they call themselves a French brand, but tax-wise, they are quite the British brand. I guess taxes are better for them there. So Chanel is working to get as much money as possible, allegedly. So this is the back of the bottle. And then right here, it's really hard to see, but right here at the top is the etching of the batch code. It's right there in the back at the top, very hard to see. And it is 0203. So it's right up here in the back. Very hard to see. So that's the back of the bottle. The next picture is we were getting to the hardware, just like we're talking about, you know, Chanel bags. What's the hardware? Well, Chanel No. 5 Low has silver hardware. Another beautiful element of design is how clean and streamlined this metal part is here. Wow. Call me crazy, but stuff like this really gets my designer just giddiness going. You know, the geekdom that is I, loving perfume bottles. How clean they made this. Oh my gosh, there are no lumps or bumps. It is literally this silver step, and then it's a flat surface, and then we got the neck of the bottle, and look at this beautiful, I mean, it's so elegantly made, you guys. It's really, 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 really something. Oh, the heft. And it was such a joy to photograph this and to have light filter through this pebbled shape and kind of how it throws light onto the table. Really gorgeous. And also, let me just show you something. Isn't it interesting how Chanel seems to be on some form of a tangent here? Why am I saying this? Because all of their major releases that have been new innovations are made in glass. Go check out my review of the 31 Rue Cambon Lippy. But we have seen a fully glass piece, a glass with metal, released just at the, when was this? Beginning of 2024 or end of 2023? Boy, was that a fun launch. I went to the launch of this lip, the 31 Rue Cambon lipstick, all made in glass. Look at that. Look at that. You see, you see there's a pattern forming here. We are getting this gorgeous collection of glass Chanel items that are very artistic. It does almost feel as though they had planned out a series of pure glass items. Look at how beautiful this is. Imagine what other objects they're maybe working on to release in the future. They just fit so well together. This one being all kind of rectangular, although you can see that it's rounded off on the edge, on the sides, just like all Chanel like perfume bottles that are in that shape, just like the Les Exclusives. You see, they're all kind of rounded off. But it is rounded off a little bit, so it does recall the round shape, but it is not a round shape. But them together, such beautiful objects to have next to each other. Look at these little gorgeous beauties. So there's a pattern forming here. There's an aesthetical pattern forming here. This is giving me 30s vibes, 20s, 30s vibes. It's kind of the past, you know, back in the day, they really wanted to deliver a vision of the future. Like, for example, Louis Vuitton delivered in the 20s, in the mid-20s, the design of the Speedy bag, which is also a rounded off shape, very simple for travel. You can fold it together and it's easy, it's comfortable, but it's a staple, and it kind of, its shape transcends time, but it, for back in the day, was a very futuristic shape. Truth be told, still to this day, the Speedy for me has something very futuristic about it, you know. So this is very 20s, 30s, in my humble opinion. Although maybe technically it was not possible to make it like this back then, it is possible to make it today. Such a beauty. Let me show you the next picture. There you have a very clear image of the top of the metal. We call it the hardware. Now, here I have a little bit of beef with Chanel. You know how they like to create special releases with special freebies and special extra goodies that they only give to the influencers that are sent the whole collection for free. And usually the influencers that get this stuff don't even care about the product. You know, I've seen quite a few times, even in Chanel boutiques, like influencers arriving and they have a budget, you know, that Chanel gave them. And then they're like, okay, so here goes, you get $2,000, $3,000 to pick whatever you want. And then like, they don't even know anything about the perfumes. They don't care about the Chanel perfumes. And then the sales associate is like trying to beg them to take a bottle for free of the Les Exclusives. And they're like, yeah, this is a really good one. And then they're like standing there saying like, yeah, I don't know. Let me call a friend and see if they want one. Oh my God, terrible. So that the wrong type of person always gets the best freebies. So there is a freebie that comes with this bottle that was only allegedly given to the influencers. And I suffer because I really want it. So basically they created a pouch for this. And the pouch is also in the shape of a pebble. And it's white with a zipper. And the zipper pull is a black number 5. And you pull the number 5 to open the zipper. And then it's kind of like a neoprene leathery, imitation leather pouch, completely rounded, and then you can protect your little glass bottle in there. Oh my God, it's divine. It's divine. But alas, they're not making it available. I mean, I'm begging my sales associate, like, can you please give me the pouch? How? We don't get one. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but alas, oh, look at this beauty. I love it. I love, 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 love it. And now, another negative that I have with this bottle. You might have noticed it already in one of my earlier photos that I've showed you, that I've taken. But the last picture I'm going to show you now is going to really show you what my beef is with this design. So, the last picture. Do you see the problem? Look at this print. The N is completely wobbly. There you have that kind of flimsy, you see? And this, two things. One, I do not know if this is just an accident with my bottle, or if this is an issue that all the bottles have, because the surface is not flat. They are printing on a rounded surface, you see? So because the surface is rounded, it's not so easy probably to print certain things. So the N kind of printed out with this little thing coming out there and little kind of dent in there. If anybody else got a bottle, let me know in the comment section down below if yours also has a little thing going on there. But also the 5, it's not perfectly printed. It's a little bit zigzaggy. Yeah, it could be better printed. And of course, the next issue that I have is, just like with the pebbled shape plastic hand cream containers, you're supposed to press them to squish out the cream, right? And they printed on the top of the plastic bottles, the Chanel No. 5, low text, blah, 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 on mattified plastic, glossy plastic for the regular hand cream, but mattified plastic for the No. 5 low hand cream. When you squish it to take the cream out after some time, you chip off the Chanel logo. It's so bad. Like, it peels off. Okay. Now, here you're not going to be squishing the bottle because this is not plastic, this is glass. But I wonder, how good quality is this print on the glass? And by holding it and using it and putting it in your purse, and we're not getting a protection sleeve for this. They didn't give us a pouch, you know. For this money, Chanel, you could have given us at least a cute little, you know, one of their pouches that they give you, one of those little cotton satchels just to keep it safe from getting scratched. I mean, Hermes delivers beautiful little satchels. If you buy Cabriole, the perfume from Hermes, it comes in a gorgeous little pouch with a orange pull string to keep that beautiful little bottle safe. This bottle needs to be kept safe because, I mean, it can't stand up on its own. It keeps falling down and you have to protect it. So I'm worried that this might get scratched or that it might peel with time. So that's something to be careful about. That's something to be careful about. It's a minor con that I have with this bottle, right? Because, you know, whatever. But still, it's something they could have done better, in my humble opinion. You know what I'm saying? They could have done it better. They could have done a little bit more care, quality control, if you may. But then again, with these glass objects, same with these lippies, with the 31 Roucambon lipstick, I had to go through a ton of them to find one where the metal bullet here thing that has been pressed into the glass, I had to go through a ton of these to find one that didn't have a scratch in the glass on the inside. Most of them do. Most of them have a weird line in the middle where you see that they've been pressing the metal into the glass, and by doing so, they have scratched it a little bit. So or there were a ton of lippies that had like air bubbles in the glass. Like I get it. They're all slightly different, but I'm like, Chanel was charging $200 for a lippy for this glass container. I'm like, if you were charging $50 for the glass container, even then it should be perfect. But for $50, you could say air bubble. Okay, tiny air bubble. But for $200, you don't want an air bubble. You do not want an air bubble. Just saying. So anyway, so also this lipstick launch, also this glass container had its issues. So I'm thinking, all things considered, this pebble has less issues than the lipstick container had, so we're good to go. Although for $200, they did at least give you a pouch, a felt pouch to go with the lippy, to protect the lippy. So they did give you a protection for the lippy. You see, they could have done the same for this little pebble bottle, in my humble opinion. What do you guys think? So there you go. Rachel says, love your expectations of excellence and attention to detail, Jacob. Thank you so much. And, Steph says, I may have missed it, but is this the first time they're doing glass in this shape? Well, this is the first time Chanel is doing a perfume bottle in this shape. Now, this is not the first time that a shape like this has been made in glass maker history. It's not the first time. But for Chanel, it is the first time. Okay, so now once the lid is on, it does have a little bit of give. You can see, you can hear, minimal turn. And then it's kind of relatively safe there. The first time you take the lid off, it's kind of hard to take it off, but then it gets easier with time. So I do fear if this will with time become too loosey-goosey because the stopper is very heavy. It's pure glass, right? Full glass. But for now, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's relatively safe. There you go. Now, Ollie says, I'm keeping mine factory sealed. And this brings me to the other point. Me being a Chanel collector that I am, people have been asking me, Jacob, did you buy more than one? How many bottles did you buy? My answer is yes. And I'm going to leave it at that because it's embarrassing how obsessed I am with new Chanel releases, and especially ones that I love so much like this one. Especially knowing that it's limited edition, Chanel gets me every time. The FOMO is real. So yes, I do have more than one. And so there is the version that will stay sealed, factory sealed, and will not be open, at least, as long as I'm alive. And then there's one to use and enjoy. Oh, man. But Chanel No. 5 L'Eau, bottles aside, is a beautiful fragrance. It is delicate. It is suave. It is citrusy, orangey, zesty. It has the jasmine that we're used to from Chanel No. 5. Of course it does. It has that ylang-ylang titillating in the background. It has that slight buttery accord, but it is an aldehydic fragrance. It is supposed to be a fresh, zesty, summery fragrance. So it pops, it sparkles. And it's so beautifully playful and vegetal in the right way. It balances very well creaminess, natural smell, and synthetic smells. It's a very futuristic type of fragrance. It's kind of like the future simplicity and streamlinedness of Chanel No. 5. So actually this bottle is really, really, really suited for this particular concentration / flanker of Chanel No. 5, in my humble opinion. So there you have it, guys. This was my review of Chanel No. 5 L'Eau. I hope you've enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts down below. I just wish to turn back to the first picture one last time so you have the full set together, all visible together. There you go. That's this is what I hunted down. And I hope you will enjoy your No. 5 L'Eau in the Pebble bottle. Now, Chanel is trying to sell us marketing and saying this is connected to Marilyn Monroe, and she always said she wore just a drop of Chanel No. 5 to bed. I'm like, marketing team, you're stretching this way too far. Like, please don't be so lazy. Invent something else, because this is lazy marketing. There's a better way to promote this than using, again, Marilyn Monroe and her. This is not a drop of perfume, period. You could have done something gorgeous with this future, traveling in time and space into the future. Instead, they're like, let's mention Marilyn again. I love Marilyn Monroe to bits. By the way, it was her birthday just a couple of days ago, June 1st. Allegedly. I do believe it's June 1st. So, but anyway, you guys, Chanel is going to do what they do. And they get us every time, no matter the flaws. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Did you get a bottle? Did you like it? How is the print on yours? How is the smell? Did you get multiples? Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Subscribe and thumb up the video. Bye.
Please send it to me.
Oh, Vel is classifying her favorites. So No. 5 Parfum is No. 1. Eau de Toilette is No. 2. Eau de Parfum is No. 3. L'Eau is No. 4. Première is No. 5. But I love them all. Yeah, Première is my least favorite of them all. But of the ones in production, that's what I would also say. Oh, damn it. The freaking bug is really annoying me. And also, I'm dropping frames here like flies. It's really irritating me because I'm trying to focus and okay. And it's really irritating me. Like my eyes are hurting from just looking because I see myself in the control monitor and it keeps like jittering and it's like really, 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 really driving me nuts. Welcome to Tier 2 MMM. Oh, I love your profile picture. I need a new computer because this is just, I can't anymore. It's damaging my performance. It's literally, so we need a new computer. Dell has been terrible. I do not recommend anybody to buy Dell. Just terrible. 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 Daisy Dior says, Jacob, have you tried the No. 5 L'Eau All Over spray? I still have a backup and I wear it every night to bed. I'm sad they discontinued it. No, I did not buy that for Daisy. Michelle Fazon, thank you so much, sweetie.
Michelle Fazon donated $20. You are an incredibly thoughtful and intelligent delight.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie. Hold on, let me just put this little box away and then I'm going to pop a cherry. Here you go, sweetie. Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the Fashion Bunker. That money's going to go towards a new computer, period. I can't anymore. It's like, it's driving me insane. It's really driving me insane. And I don't know then, the problem is I don't know if this is going to also reflect on the actual videos later or if it's just in the stream. It's really, because I'm like putting so much effort and attention to detail and then the computer messes up and then I don't know. Like, is the actual video going to be messed up? So like all this work for nothing because the end product is going to look so subpar. Really, really debilitating on every level. Dell is a no-go. Major no-go. Oh, HP is best, says Robbie. Louis like, I was not supposed to buy anything, but I'm getting one of that. Also, guys, let me know how quickly these sell out. Oh, Caleb, yeah. Zane says Costco has some decent computer towers. Yeah, I do. I do have a membership. Well, they deleted it, but I can reactivate it. The long story. Costco and I have a long story. But Shop Queen says, hi, yeah, Dell stinks. Lenovo is the way to go. Okay, so we got Lenovo, HP. Nancy says, I'm an Apple person. It was easy to switch over to and works well. Everything else I do is Apple except for streaming. Emotion Engine says, I love my new MacBook, just saying. HP is good, says Fish and Floral. Oh, Dell is horrible, says MMM. Yeah, Dell is hell, Adam McKenzie. Dell is really terrible, in my opinion. Lenovo, says Debbie. Okay, we're enough. I don't want to read anymore. Okay, so thumb up the live stream. Subscribe, thumb up the live stream, and hold on, I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Okay, we're back. So, I think new low bottle will sell fast here in Asia. Low in general is a favorite here because it's a light floral one. I can see how it could be really loved in Asia. I don't think it will do well in Australia, but it could be wrong. Vel, all these limited edition stuff, things sell out really quickly in Australia. Should I remind you how quickly the Les Exclusives Discovery Kit sold out in Australia? And how quickly the color code mirrors sold out in Australia? So I wouldn't sleep on this. Oh, with love, thank you so much.
With love donated $10. Heart. Thanks for the amazing and informative streams, Jacob.
Oh, thank you so much, my love. Hit it, Bubbles. There you go. Oh, itchy. Don't do this at home. I'm a professional scratcher. HP isn't always good. Make sure it has sufficient memory and speed. Gotcha. Let's talk about Virginie Viard. Thumb up the live stream. We're getting to the nitty-gritty. The moment you've all been waiting for. The moment you've all been waiting for. The moment you've all been waiting for. That's why we're here. 5,000 people watch. We wish. I know. Thumb up the live stream, you guys. I know, Vel. We're going to miss the bibs. Yeah. Here goes. Get your popcorn ready. I don't know. This is going to be a moment in history. Fashion history, you guys. It's not every day. Not every day that something like this happens, It's a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and we're getting to spend it together. Oh, Louis, thank you so much.
Louis donated $6. Tipper how we need a new computer, hun. Just lil some.
Thank you for the little... Thank you, Louis. Hit it, Bubbles. Bubbles is so slow. It's the computer again, you guys. Nothing works. Thank you, Louis, so much. Thank you for the help. Yes, we're working towards a new computer. Let's hope it works out. But for now, let's do what you've all been waiting for. Ian Holmes says the associates I'm friendly with weren't shocked or very sad at Virginie's departure. The shade. The shade. Hold on a second. Where's my... Oh, here. Andrew Becerra, how's it going, my love? Chanel, make Jacob and Galliano creative directors right now. Let's talk about it. Hi everybody, Jacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. The moment has finally arrived. We've been thinking that it would arrive sooner rather than later, given the age of Virginie Viard. But Virginie Viard is leaving Chanel. The official departure date has been announced today. Thank you, Chanel, for announcing it on the day of my live stream, so I get to break the news to everybody immediately. What perfect timing, Chanel. I wonder if Lena had anything to do with that. But I get to break this news to you because Chanel themselves contacted me to break the news to me. And up until this moment, I wasn't allowed to say anything. Isn't that something? Yes. Chanel actually wrote me. And I was shook. Shook. Here we are. Let's talk about it. First, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Get access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Jacob all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week, so come join the fun, come join the chats, thumb up the video. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. I woke up, started getting ready for the live stream, and I get a message. And I faint. I cannot disclose from who. I can only tell you it's from Chanel. And I'm like, I literally fall off my chair. I'm like, Virginie Viard departing Chanel? And I was like, okay, we were speculating a couple of weeks ago on my channel here in the live stream. We were talking about Virginie and like, okay, rumors. Will she be leaving? Is she good enough? Her latest cruise Marseille collection for Chanel was a travesty, allegedly, according to some of us. And I said, maybe she wants to leave. I mean, she's in her 60s. She's been working her whole life. She has a kid. Like, maybe she just wants to chill. Like, she's been working a lot her whole life. This is Virginie, by the way. So maybe Virginie's just ready to, like, say, you know what, guys? We'll go. Let me chill. Daddy chill. Daddy chill. And I was speculating, thinking to myself, if she were to leave Chanel, it would probably be because she wants to retire, which, honestly, I would be fine with. I'm not throwing shade here. I have grown to really appreciate Virginie at Chanel. I have grown to actually like, not all of her collections, but quite a few of her collections I really did enjoy. So much so that I've purchased several prêt-à-porter pieces from Virginie's collections for myself. Carl's pieces were very theatrical. Hers are wearable. That's just what it is. Virginie Viard says that warms my heart in the chats. Of course, we have Virginie Viard, VR, virtual reality Virginie, in the chats with us. Thank you so much, sweetie. So I am sad to see her go, believe it or not. Now, think about it this way. She has been the artistic director at Chanel since Carl passed away. And yes, we're also going to talk about who's going to come next after Virginie. So she has been the artistic director at Chanel for 5 years. Now, Chanel has expanded so much that they do 10 collections a year. Okay, between the pre-spring summer, pre-fall winter, main spring summer, main fall winter, cruise collection, métier d'art, Coco Neige, the snow collection, Coco by the beach, the Coco Beach collection, haute couture winter, haute couture summer. This woman has done in 5 years, if we are to calculate 10 collections a year, she's done more or less 50 collections. That's 50. 50. Not 15, 50. 50 collections, give or take a collection or two, in 5 years. That's a lot. That's a lot. Plus, yes, they've announced her departure. There's going to be the haute couture season coming up soon. So I'm thinking she's probably going to do the last haute couture show. Because you don't just, it's not like she woke up yesterday and figured out, you know what, I'm leaving. I'm not going to renew my contract. Ring, 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 ring. Calls Lena Nair and say, hey, Lena, listen, Lena, I'm done, girl. What will go, will go. We good. This was in the making, this departure. So here's what I think. I believe they already have their new artistic director. And I believe that Virginie has already been working with the new artistic director to guide them into, the world of Chanel. So the next haute couture show is either going to be her alone, bowing out, doing her last collection, making her last collection an haute couture collection, which would be dignified. In my opinion, it would be terrible if Virginie's last collection were to be the Marseille Cruise collection, because that's the latest collection we have of hers before the announcement that she's departing. Could you imagine if her last collection is the Marseille Cruise collection and we'll go? What a sad way to go. What a sad way indeed to go. So I believe she's going to get the haute couture collection to say goodbye and to introduce the new person. This is what I think is going to happen. Also, maybe the new person, the new artistic director, has been working with her already on the new haute couture collection. Maybe not. But don't forget, all of these brands, including Chanel, Chanel, who's doing 10 collections a year, they have to work like a year or 2 years ahead of time, right? So what does this mean? Technically, if Virginie is now announcing her departure, we're still going to see her collections for the next coming 2 years, even though she's not there anymore, because she's already been working on collections coming up in the next 2 years, right? Or Chanel has already known since 2 years who's coming next. And that person has been secretly going to the ateliers and working on the collections that are going to come up in the next years. If that were the case, and if her departure was not like, surprise, surprise, I'm leaving, but if her departure was planned, and I do hope that her departure is only connected to her just wanting to chill and retire, I really hope that her departure is not connected to any diseases or anything like that. I hope that Virginie is healthy, and I hope that she has a wonderful, wonderful life, long life ahead of her, in freedom and retirement with her family. I hope it's not like a case like with Carl that something is off. I hope that she's super healthy and that she's just Done. She's worked a long time, right? But to rein it back into the CEO of Chanel, right, Lina Nair, and the other, I wanted to say something I'm not going to say, Bruno Pavlovsky, they've been lying to us, basically, right? Allegedly, because just a couple of weeks ago, right, there was an interview where Bruno spoke, Lina spoke, and they said, yeah, Virginie's doing a great job. Our 16% profit increases is also thanks to her because her fashion is selling very well. Like, we're giving her a heads up. She's amazed. Like, you know, like they made it sound like she is gonna stay there till she kicks the bucket, like Carl. But as it so often is in corporate lingo, the more the CEOs praise you publicly, and the PR-wise, they do that to protect their butts. The more, this is from personal experience, the more the CEOs praise you publicly, and the more you should be worried that it's game over for you. Unfortunately, this is how it is. If somebody is good at their job at this level, they don't praise you. The press can praise you, but not the CEOs. The CEOs keep you in your place. You're good at your job. Keep doing what you're doing. There's no need to talk about you. When they have the need to talk about you, something's off. And the more Bruno Pavlovsky and the more Lina Nair praised Virginie Viard, and the more I was thinking, oh, she's leaving. And I said that to you guys several times in the past live streams. And looky where we are now. Indeed, she is leaving. Listen to Jacob. I know what I'm talking about. I've been working in the fashion industry for decades. This is how it goes. And another thing I told you in the past few weeks and months, as we were together analyzing all the interviews with Lina Nair, the interviews with Bruno Pavlovsky, both Bruno and Lina keep repeating every time they're asked the question, is Chanel going public? Are you going to sell the company? Are you going to go on the stock market? Because Chanel is a privately owned company still. Every time this question is thrown at Lina or Bruno, they are like that quick to say, no. We're staying private. But the more they are quick to say, no, Chanel is staying private, and the more I believe Chanel is going public. Because again, corporate CEO lingo talk, they are going to tell you the opposite of what they mean, allegedly, of course. So I call on that BS. In fact, we just caught them in their lie. It's not like they said Virginie's staying with us for an unlimited amount of time. They never said that. But if we read between the lines, the implication, what they were implying, Lina and Bruno, was that Virginie's doing a great job. Of course, she should, like they were implying she's staying. When I believe they already knew that she was leaving, but they were just giving that poker face to maintain stability with Chanel's earnings, with the profits, because once the news hits that the artistic director is leaving, it's quite disruptive. Sales might plummet. If the designer is very popular and famous, and let's say, unfortunately, the designer passes away, then the sales skyrocket because everybody wants to buy a piece of the last collection of that designer. But this is thankfully not the case with Virginie. She's, hopefully doing well, and she's alive, thankfully. So it's not like we are now all running to buy something from Chanel from her last collection ever. No, because there's still going to be a cruise collection from Marseille, and possibly there's also going to be the winter collection, and there's also going to be an haute couture collection if you can afford the haute couture collection. But another thing that I found very interesting in this period of the announcement of Virginie's departure is how, for the first time ever, Chanel has played a new launch of a new product in such a weird, teasing way, as if they were trying to distract us from what was really going on. And this is something that big corporations love to do. It's a PR move, very strategic marketing move. And the said launch is this. How interesting that what Chanel is claiming resembles a drop of perfume for their brand new launch of Chanel No. 5 L'Eau, the Pebble bottle, how this kind of turns out to be a teardrop. Virginie's teardrop. There you go. It's a little teardrop. Bloop. This launch is very, very, very interesting. It's an interesting distraction because they're teasing in such a weird way. They showed only one corner of the bottle first, saying like, you don't know what's coming, something is coming, something is coming. Then they're referencing Marilyn Monroe and the past, and they're referencing a revolution, something brand new for Chanel. Then they send out emails. I got an email. Chanel telling me, hey, you are a very valued customer. We're going to have a special exhibition to showcase the evolution of Chanel No. 5. Would you like to join? We're going to have the pre-launch of the product. Here's a special link for you. You can purchase the perfume before anybody else. Here's a special invite to the boutique. There's going to be a launch party. Everything is great with us. We are doing so good. Price increases coming up at the beginning of next year as well. It's like very, very much hype around a bottle. I'm like, why are they hyping this so much? I mean, it's a wonderful bottle. I love it. I bought it. Hashtag not sponsored. I bought it with my own money. But I'm thinking, you know, when they launched the red Chanel No. 5 bottle, they didn't create such a weird hype of secrecy of like, you're a VIP client, you're invited to a special pre-launch, you're invited to the exhibition, you're invited to the party, you cannot purchase it yet. Only the beauty boutiques get the bottle first, then the other, it's very... It distracted me a lot. It made me focus on this, and it created a weird FOMO. And they keep repeating, it's a very limited edition. Not everybody can have access to it. I don't believe this. Because, quite frankly, if they're going to invest in new tooling for a new bottle, you know that they made a ton of these. Sure, I believe it's a limited edition, but I don't believe these are going to sell out in 1 minute. I believe they're going to be around for at least a month or two. But the hype around this bottle launch, in the same time when they are announcing the departure of Virginie Viard, very sus. I have a feeling that this little launch played into distracting us from what's going on at Chanel. But thankfully, we got Super Jacob here. I'll see through the smoke and the mirrors. Let me tell you, honey. But now, after all is said and done, Virginie is leaving. Now it's official. And we do have several news. Vogue Business actually also reported about it. And Vogue Business on their Instagram writes, Chanel official confirms the departure of Virginie Viard. You see how they say that? They confirm the departure of Virginie Viard. They are not saying if they let her go, fired her, or if she quit. They're keeping it very vague on purpose. After a rich collaboration of 5 years as artistic director of fashion collections, during which she was able to renew the codes of the house while respecting the creative heritage of Chanel. How basic and minimal and to the point? Yes, I agree. It's like I wrote it. She did respect the heritage of Coco more than Carl. She really respected Coco Chanel's DNA and design most of the time, more than Carl did. She did her job. She did not have an ego. She was not like Carl. She was not jumping into the press giving interviews, making it all about her. I very much respect that about Virginie Viard, that she was so elegantly in the background, even though she was the boss, the artistic director of Chanel. She did not need the star allure. She was very, very, very much humble and modest about this, which is a very Coco thing to do, actually. So in that respect, she was perfect for Chanel, believe it or not. So they say artistic director of fashion collections during which she was able to renew the codes of the house while respecting the creative heritage of Chanel, and almost 30 years within the house because she was working as a first assistant to Karl Lagerfeld as well from the 80s onwards. A new creative organization will be announced in due course. Now this last sentence got me. A new creative organization will be announced in due course. They did not say that a new artistic director will be announced. No. And again, we're back to Chanel Beauty as an indicator of something. Who left Chanel very hush-hush during the pandemic? Lucia Pica. Lucia Pica was artistic director of Chanel Beauty makeup. She was obsessed with the color red. They didn't mention anything. She was let go. She just disappeared. And then for a transitional period of time, about a year or two, internally, Chanel's team of makeup development was designing the makeup. There was no artistic director until this year they launch the perfume Comète to celebrate not just Chanel's 1932 platinum and diamonds collection of jewelry, right? Blah, 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 Comète associated. No, also to celebrate something else. The Comète Collective, the collective Comet trio of 3 ladies that have been hired as a group to together artistically direct Chanel Beauty. And they officially started launching their group Comète Collective collections just this year. Interesting how this year is also the year in which Virginie is leaving. Comète is launched, literally the launch of a comet. And now Chanel is telling us a new creative organization will be announced in due course. So I'm thinking, of course, we have all been speculating for years now, who is going to, even before Karl was gone, we were thinking, who's going to come after Karl? Who's going to come to Chanel after Karl? But now, right, we were thinking who's going to come after Virginie Viard. And now we're going to talk about who I think might come to after Virginie Viard. But before we say that, I want to say there is a possibility that Chanel is really restructuring and reorganizing even their fashion to be led by a team of creative minds and not just one person. And I would find that highly interesting because nobody else is really doing it. I mean, some are a little bit. LVMH is kind of doing it by giving one designer the female collection, another designer the male collection. They're giving a musician the male collection. They're giving a designer the female collection. That's on them for hiring a musician, producer of music. Anyway, that's a whole other can of worms. But when it comes to Chanel, I think there's a possibility that they might follow the lead on what, for example, Gucci did when they hired Alessandro Michele. Alessandro Michele was already within Gucci, but underneath the ranks, right? And then they kind of elevated him to the top and he became artistic director and it really worked for Gucci. There might be somebody else behind the scenes at Chanel or a group of people that are being brought up to work together, or Chanel is still counting on, depends on if they're really deciding to sell the company or not, and/or if they're still deciding whether or not they want the company to go public, they might be still thinking of playing the card of Karl Lagerfeld, the card of a star designer to lead the brand forward. We have issues here. First of all, Chanel's prices are insane. Do you want people to still keep spending exorbitant amount of money for stuff that isn't worth that money? If you want to do so, how do you go about it? How do you make people desire the pieces enough to warrant them purchasing said overly priced pieces? Well, star designer might help because a lot of people fall for that. If there's a star designer, for them, it's like an extra guarantee of excellence. So, Karl was a star designer at Chanel, but Chanel went a different route when they hired Virginie. They completely stopped with the star and they went with somebody relatively unknown, right? I mean, within the fashion business, people knew her, but she was not a star like Karl was. Now they tried the route of the non-star. Now maybe they want to go back to the star system. I believe the time of the musical chairs at the helm of fashion brands, luxury fashion brands, is over. It's really tired. I don't even know anymore what designer is at what house. It's become that ridiculous. They have been twisting and turning their positions and jobs so quickly. You don't even know anymore who is doing who. You know, you say Daniel Lee, I'm like, oh yeah, Bottega Veneta. No, he's at Burberry doing a terrible job allegedly at it. But it's like, oh wait, so Kim Jones, yeah, Dior. Wait, no, Fendi. Well, but also Dior. Or does he do both? Like, wait, who's doing who? It's a mess. It's a mess. And in my humble opinion, Chanel deserves a virgin. Now, Virginie has virgin in her name, but they need a virgin. A little bit like Balmain did when they hired Olivier Rousteing. Chanel needs fresh blood. Chanel doesn't need a washed up, used up condom from another person. You know what I'm saying? In my humble opinion. But where's Virginie going now? David is asking, so is Virginie going to Dior? I don't know if Virginie is going to Dior or if Virginie is just retiring. She's old enough to retire and just chill if she wanted to. I don't know if she will retire. I don't know what she's planning to do next. We do not know. But so what is Chanel planning to do? I mean, if they're going to sell the company, this is not the time to change designer. You first sell the company, then you change the designer, not before, because changing the designer before is very disruptive to the price of your company. Very tricky. Now, as to what has transpired in the recent past, thumb up this video while we talk about this. What has transpired in the recent past here? Hedi Slimane. Hedi Slimane has had his beef with LVMH, and he brought a lot to Celine, trendy bags, dabbled a little bit into couture, the haute couture, not really haute couture, but there was handmade couture at Celine, men and women. Hedi is complicated. Hedi Slimane was a favorite of Karl Lagerfeld. Does Chanel still want to listen to Karl Lagerfeld, though, from his grave? Do they still want to follow his tips and instructions all these years after his passing? Times have changed drastically. Economy has changed drastically. Would even Karl himself think the same stuff he thought 5 years ago today? Probably not. But Karl was obsessed with Hedi Slimane. Karl also said he lost a ton of weight back in the early 2000s just to be able to fit into Hedi Slimane's Dior Homme, because Hedi Slimane was back then creative director of Dior Homme, to fit into his skinny look. But then Karl had a falling out, allegedly, with Hedi Slimane. So he was like, would not go. Karl was stating at a certain point that he could see Hedi Slimane as a continuation at Chanel after he's gone. But then again, Karl, somewhere in the 90s, allegedly also said that Jeremy Scott would be a great continuation after him. Of course, he said that when Jeremy was at the top of his prime, young designer, making it in Paris. He was the talk of the town. Now Jeremy, as much as I love him, he's a little bit washed out on that level. Not necessarily Chanel material at the moment, because times are not asking for flamboyance. Times are not asking for crazy looks. Yes, Schiaparelli and Dingleberry, Daniel Dingleblubberberry is delivering flamboyance, but in a terrible way, in my humble opinion. So to me, that's a flop. So then he changed his mind, Jeremy no more. Then it was Hedi Slimane, but then he had a falling out allegedly with Hedi, stopped buying Dior stuff, right? And so Hedi was no longer on the list. Then he was talking about Haider Ackermann. But Haider Ackermann is now designing for some other brand and he just got a deal. So I don't think he can just leave his contract to go to Chanel. So he's off the table. Hedi is still in the game because Hedi doesn't have a job, allegedly, anymore. Who else? People have been mentioning, John Galliano. I don't think John Galliano is going to leave Marta Margiela anytime soon because especially now after his latest collection was such a huge success in the gutters of Paris and the time travel. Yes, Haider Ackermann is at Canada Goose now, right. So John Galliano, for three reasons, I don't see him coming to Chanel. First reason, he is really, really hitting his stride right now at Marta Margiela. He is the top of his game. Everybody wants that latest Haute Couture Margiela collection. He's not leaving anytime soon. Second reason, the racial slurs that he made, at La Perle bar in Paris. Yes, he has apologized. Yes, he went to rehab. Still, the CEOs at Chanel, given the controversies and the gossip that surrounds Coco and the second, world situation and the Germans, to have somebody come to work at Chanel who has stated really nasty things in the past, not a good image. Also, the two owners of Chanel are Jewish, so I don't see John Galliano really, coming to Chanel. It's not going to happen, you guys. John is not going to happen. Then, who else? Pierpaolo Piccioli, who just left Valentino. He's a candidate, right? Pierpaolo left Valentino. But here's the twist. Pierpaolo is Italian and similar to Riccardo Tisci, who in my humble opinion destroyed Givenchy. I do believe that people at Chanel watched what happened to Givenchy under Riccardo Tisci, and Pierpaolo is definitely light years, in my humble opinion, more elegant than Riccardo Tisci. Riccardo Tisci for me is a burrino. If you know, you know. It does really, what he touches turns to Rottweiler t-shirts. Like, absolutely no. Pierpaolo is a little bit risky for Chanel. Pierpaolo is way more elegant than Tisci, but Pierpaolo is very Italian. And he did a great job at an Italian maison like Valentino. I don't see him at a French maison. I don't see Pierpaolo doing Chanel. I don't. Then we have this intel, right, that Lina Nair keeps saying, it's really important that women are guiding the brand of Chanel because the legacy of Chanel is with Coco Chanel, who was also a woman. So between the lines, what we read there is that Lina Nair wants a woman to direct Chanel fashion. We have a man directing Chanel perfumes, Olivier Polge, the son of Jacques Polge, nepotism at its finest. He took over after his dad was done at Chanel. So we have a man doing perfumes, but we have three women doing makeup, the Comète Collective. And we have Virginie Viard doing fashion. Now, Virginie Viard is leaving. So if we are to read between the lines and understand that maybe Lina Nair's hinting add another woman coming to Chanel, then who might that woman be? And yes, you guys are right in the chats. A lot of people are saying, is it Sarah? Is it going to be Sarah who just left McQueen? Well, we got to look at the numbers, you see. Because Sarah Burton, or Barton, I think it's Burton, you pronounce it, Sarah Burton, the problem is she was not doing a great job money-wise at McQueen, which is one of the reasons I believe she left or was let go. And Lina Nair, in every interview, she talks about, I know how to bring home the bacon. I know how to make money. All she talks about is money. She doesn't talk really about the art, the refined taste of haute couture and prêt-à-porter. I don't even know if she knows the difference between the two because she keeps claiming that her prêt-à-porter jackets were handmade. Anyway, Lina Nair is a whole other can of worms, but in its own right. So if she's all about the money, and she, in every review she gives, she keeps repeating the money. It's so vulgar. But anyway, if she's all about the money, then Sarah Burton is not the choice she would go with, because Sarah Burton did not bring money to Alexander McQueen. So I think Sarah is out of the game. Nancy says, but talking about money is tacky. I'd rather them only talk about quality. I agree with you. Paparazzi Team Bryce says Phoebe Philo. Phoebe Philo was just very committed to launching her own brand. And again, also another Celine, ex-Celine moment, right? Hedi Slimane being also ex-Celine. Maybe. But Phoebe Philo is a little bit too dry and too close to the vision that maybe Virginie Viard had. I think if Chanel are going to have a new artistic direction, they need to change direction. They need to change something. They can't just keep it a status quo, right? Who else I have on my list here? Do you guys remember a couple of, and we're getting to, well, first let me talk about Tom Ford. Tom Ford retired. Tom Ford left his own brand. Is Tom Ford going to come back from retirement? Is he going to unretire and become the artistic director of Chanel? Possibly. This is a possibility. Believe it or not, this is a possibility. Would it be good for Chanel? In a way, I could see it work. I could see it work for Chanel in a very interesting way. He would make Chanel sexy again. However, Chanel was never about sexy. So he might miss the mark there. Coco Chanel was never about the sexy Gucci era of Tom Ford. Coco Chanel was very, very different. Very, very different. So Tom Ford could handle Chanel and could handle the scope and the size of producing for such a huge company. He could handle that. But is he ready to step out of retirement to do 10 collections a year? It's exhausting. Plus, probably his cachet would be very, very high. Another name, Marc Jacobs. Now, Marc Jacobs, had they hired Marc Jacobs 5 years ago when Carl was gone, I would have said perfect choice. But as of late, Marc Jacobs has been very, very loosey-goosey. I love him to bits, don't get me wrong. I love a creative, quirky person, but he seems to be losing a little bit. I don't know if it's substances that he himself has stated in some videos that he allegedly has been overindulged sometimes in, allegedly. So in his interviews, he appears a little bit unstable to me. And if you're going to take over Chanel, you need to be focused, and I'm talking sharp as a razor blade. You cannot be rehab chic. You can't. As a client of Chanel, you can. You know, Karl Lagerfeld loved Lindsay Lohan. They were huge friends, actually, you know. Karl and Lindsay, two peas in a pod. But Lindsay did not design for Chanel, you see. Mark is has become a little bit too unstable for me. Allegedly, of course. So I'm thinking, I don't know if he's capable. Plus, you know, the whole look and the vibe he's going for right now is not really Chanel, because the huge fingernails he's doing, which is really fun and creative. But think about it. If he were hired by Chanel to take over after Virginie, they would have already been in talks with him at least a year ago. At least a year ago. And had they been in talks with him about this at least a year ago, had he known already since a year, he would not have done the long nails, the whole aesthetic he's been going through, the Balenciaga slippers. His whole style is showing me that he has no contact with Chanel. Yes, he's wearing Chanel jackets often. He's been wearing them also during Karl's era, though. So I think Marc Jacobs is not on the list. And here we get to the most dramatic of options. And this was said to me a couple of weeks ago from French fashion intel. And if you watch me and you follow me, you know. And Alisa just guessed it in the chats, Jacquemus. I mean, and Jacquemus, again, another protege of Karl Lagerfeld, believe it or not. Karl discovered him, gave him a chance. You know, I think Karl, I can only speculate here because Karl is no longer with us. I think Karl had the hots for Mr. Full-blown body carpet, Jacquemus. And I guess he just liked the... I don't even want to say it. I guess he just liked the way the boy looked. Okay, let's just put it that way. And so this is how Jacquemus was able to enter the fashion scene, to build up his brand. It's all thanks to Karl, really, who opened the doors for him. So I wonder if Chanel is still, the brand is still following Karl's lead, and if they are now going to... Yeah, Kev, Karl maybe liked his mousse. Allegedly. You see, and this is what I think is going to happen. If Chanel does not hire an internal team, like a comité collectif of fashion, could be interesting. They could have one, look, this is how I would do it. You have one team that's dedicated to creating the whimsical cruise collection. You have one artistic team just doing cruise and métier d'art. And then you have just one team doing haute couture. And then you have one team doing prêt-à-porter. And these teams are dedicated constantly just to those collections. That would make totally sense to me, because then you would have people that have enough time to dedicate time to said collections. Instead of one person having to do 10 collections a year, they're going to go crazy. There's no way you can keep having a fresh perspective on the world, having a fresh perspective on creativity, and delivering 10 collections a year while staying fresh. Forget about it. Like I said, Virginie was there 5 years and did round about 50 collections in just 5 years. It's insane. No normal person can survive that. So I'm thinking a group collective to design designated would be interesting. However, the difficult part there is the cohesion might be lacking. And then you might have fans. You might have a fan of the designer designing the cruise collection. So you only buy cruise. And then you're going to have another person who likes the designer just of the prêt-à-porter, and they're only going to buy prêt-à-porter. So that might be disruptive to Lina Nair's vision of money, because then she's going to be more unstable in terms of how do the boutiques order their collections, because some clients don't buy prêt-à-porter regular spring, summer, fall, winter because they buy just cruise. So that would be a little bit disruptive. So again, we're back to the one designer that's probably going to get the job. And then that one designer is going to overlook the teams designing separate collections, which is also what Virginie did. You know, of course, she had her teams to also work. But rumor has it that it's going to be Jacquemus. And if it is Jacquemus, I mean, never say never, because I'm always a victim of Chanel and I always end up buying their stuff. But like, if it is Jacquemus, I'm done, you know, with their fashion. And Shop Queen says, I vote Jacob. He knows everything about the brand, brings them so much advertising. They owe it to him. Put Jacob on the payroll for real. Thank you, Shop Queen. And I have, coincidentally, quite a few ideas in which direction I would take the fashion sphere of Chanel. Like, I have a very clear vision and a very, very, very clear perspective of how Coco Chanel's legacy would be maintained. Her memory would burn like a clear flame, always the memory there, while at the same time going into the future. You know, Jacquemus, you better call me if you want to make that bacon for Lina Nair, honey. Not that I would want to collaborate with him, but anyway. So this is the sad point we're at. Thinking, you know, when Virginie first took over at Chanel, thumb up the video, by the way. It means the world to me, and I'm really trying hard to get to 100K subbies. It's moving slow. But let's try to do it. We're delivering here, you know, a lot of work, a lot of love, blood, sweat, and tears coming into every video I make. So thank you guys so much for considering subscribing and thumbing up the video. The amount of kind of lack of direction that Virginie had at the beginning in 2019, and we were thinking, oh, it'd be so exciting if she leaves and somebody else comes. Now we're at a point where we are dreading who is coming after her. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign for the world of fashion, and it's not a good sign for Chanel either. The direction they're going towards is not so good. Pink Hornet says Zach Posen would be an excellent choice. For who, Pink? For H&M? Maybe. Oh, Michael says Zach Posen is at Gap currently. Yeah, suits him right. Indrani says, here, another vote for Jacob. Thank you, sweetie. Very kind. But of course, Chanel would never come to me. They might come for me, but not to me, because I'm very vocal. And they like it hush-hush. They like stuff to be invisible. Best is if you don't even have social media, if you're working for them. They do not like it at all. So the sad state of affairs, it's probably going to be Jacquemus, you guys. You know, if it were 2 years ago, we could have thought, oh, maybe it's going to be Alessandro Michele, but Alessandro Michele now has his new job, so that's done. That's that. I don't know if Maria Grazia Chiuri is going to leave Dior. Maybe Maria Grazia. I don't see Maria Grazia Chiuri at Chanel. I don't even see her at Dior, to be honest with you. But Maria Grazia Chiuri brings the coin with her boring little outfits. That's what sells in these boring times we live in. And that's what Lina Nair, I would think, would love. Money. She might think, oh, Maria Grazia Chiuri is going to deliver safe stuff for us. Hella Barbara Rank says, the Olsen twins would make dough and had a very close relationship with Chanel. Oh, to dream. I disagree. The Olsen twins at Chanel would not be my choice. Daisy Dior says Olsen's would be a dream. Let the Olsens flourish and shine at the row. Let them stick to the row. They're good there. Michael Ocampo, that's a wonderful idea. Christian Lacroix. I would love to see Christian Lacroix. I mean, he's more or less retired. He did like a collection for Desigual, which, oh my gosh. And everyone can make mistakes and everyone needs the coin. But Christian Lacroix for Chanel, oof, now that would be something. Louis says Jean-Paul Gaultier. Jean-Paul Gaultier kind of retired as well. I don't think Jean-Paul Gaultier wants the stress of having to do 10 collections a year for Chanel. I don't think, if Gaultier wanted the stress, Gaultier would be doing his own brand instead of giving somebody else the task to do haute couture every year. I don't see Jean-Paul Gaultier returning to fashion and doing 10 collections a year for Chanel. I mean, he's also, kind of retired at this point. So no, I don't think Gaultier would do it. Vel says, I'm going to have nightmares about Jacques Mousse at Chanel. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's... Yeah. Corey K says, if I had my choice, it would be Tom Ford. So there you have. Some people are making fun of it, saying Donatella Versace. Of course, it's just a joke. No, obviously not. Donatella would not fit Chanel at all. That's that. It's either going to be Jacques Mousse or some Comet collective, 2 or 3 or 4 designers together, or somebody that's like rising from, just like Alessandro Michele, like nobody knew them. They were working for Chanel in the background, in the design team, and now they are going to get the job as the artistic directors, which, to be honest with you, I would prefer rather than taking some famous person, because that would be an innovation. That would be like Chanel making a statement saying, we are investing in the future. We are investing in young designers. We believe in them. We want to give them a platform. That would be fabulous. I would applaud that from Chanel. I would applaud that from Chanel. There you go. Maya Little Love says, Super D, you would be you'd be perfect for Chanel. Not only you'd roast a pig, but bring the bacon for show. Everyone would love your design. I can just, thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you. And I would always like to balance out Chanel for the extroverts, for the people that love the quirky side of Chanel, but then also the more somber pieces, the more subdued, demure pieces, for the people that love the more silent collection. Because Coco, that's exactly what she did. She did the loud pieces, the flamboyant pieces, but she also did the very, very, very subdued classic pieces. And to balance those out, that's the magic of Chanel, in my opinion. That would be my vision for Chanel. Always that beautiful, elegant balance of crazy and sober all the time. Balancing that, allowing everybody to have a voice in every chapter, in every new chapter of Chanel. From the mind you, Xavier says, I love the classic. What is classic though? Because Chanel's classic, Coco's classic, is also whimsy. She was whimsical since the 20s, okay, into the 30s and so on, from costume jewelry also to clothing. Whimsy is also a classic Chanel trait. Don't ever forget that. Classic Chanel is not just what many of us are used to seeing, the ensemble, the jacket with the 4 pockets, and the skirt that covers the knee. Yes, that's one specific look of Coco Chanel, but that's not the only classic look of Coco Chanel. We must never forget that. We must never forget that. So there you have it. Let me know in the comments. Somebody said Kanye West for Chanel. Yeah, not even Adidas wants him back at this point. So I don't think that Chanel would take a chance with somebody so unstable, allegedly. You know what I mean? To take over 10 collections a year. Absolutely not going to happen, in my opinion. Not going to happen. So let me know down below what your thoughts are. Who do you think is going to come next at Chanel? And do you agree with me or not? Either way, what we are left with now is this brand new perfume that has just been launched. Well, the perfume isn't new. The bottle is new. And our little comet. So there is something good coming out from Chanel still. There you have it, guys. Until next time, thumb up this video, subscribe to my channel if you've enjoyed it, and never forget to never give up on love. Bye. So there you have it, guys. Thumb up this video. I hope you've enjoyed. We got only 412 likes. We got more than 700 people viewing the latest segment. 700 people. We've never had 700 people in the house before. I'm glad that you enjoyed this topic. Oh, Zeitgeist said, I actually had a dream that Chanel hired a new creative director, LOL. Gypsy Doll says, I think he retired, but Dries van Noten is pretty whimsical. He did retire. He actually abandoned his brand. Dries van Noten could do Chanel, but it would be very dry Belgian-style Chanel. Very dry Belgian. Sylvia, do not even mention Philip Plain. Could you imagine Philip Plain doing... Oh my God. Virginie Viard says, members of the Fashion Bunker, I feel greatly honored that you should have thus invited me to enter the cult. Yes, honey, we have thus invited you. And also, Virginie, I gotta say, I'm sad to see you go. I am sad to see you go. I think there was a certain stability that Virginie brought to the conversation. Valeriano Romero says, thanks for the content. Thank you, Valeriano. I think that Virginie brought a very elegant stability to Chanel, to the brand. Forget about the lack of quality, alleged lack of quality of their leather bags, peeling. Forget about the bags. She's not designing the bags, okay? The clothing. She was a rock. She was a rock. You could count on her. No frills. There's no scandals surrounding her. She was diligent. She kept working. She kept doing what she was doing. And it was not disruptive in any way. The energy always flew. Very true to Coco, Ollie. It's very, very streamlined, consistent, and it's safe. It's a feeling of safety. Like, you know, she will deliver. Even though some collections are boring, that doesn't matter. We count on her. We know she's like a home. She feels like home in a very weird way. Now imagine then, now that she's leaving, and then somebody completely unstable comes in, very disruptive, and not in a good way. Something that we're also used to from Coco Chanel herself was the stability. Coco Chanel delivered every single season. Stable like a rock. Same like Vivienne Westwood. Vivienne Westwood was also a rock. You could always, she's like a light in the distance, you know, she's a lighthouse. Coco Chanel was a lighthouse. Virginie Viard was a lighthouse, not about guiding us towards incredible fashion, but a lighthouse towards Chanel stability. Not to be underestimated. David says, we need a face that brings back what Marilyn Monroe did for the No. 5 perfume. But that's a model. That's not a designer. That's very, very different. But yes, David, so one of the first things I would do as creative director of Chanel, I would fire all of the brand ambassadors that are currently hired by Chanel. I think they are terrible. Terrible on every single level. Every single level. I'm glad that Pharrell went on his own. Thank goodness. Although I do wonder if he's upset now that he left. Because maybe he left because he's like, well, they're not going to give me the job to design. So I'm going to leave. Now that he left Chanel, he's stuck at Louis. They can't hire him at Chanel, but he probably wants to work for Chanel.
This is like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, Pharrell, you do your butter elsewhere. Okay, Pharrell left on his own. Kristen Stewart, for the love of me, she's great in Twilight, okay? You could love her as an actress or not. I have no beef with her as an actress. I just really do not like her in anything Chanel. I think Chanel fashion does nothing for her body. I think Chanel makeup does nothing for her face. I think the styling they put her in when she's wearing Chanel does nothing for her. And in return, it does nothing for Chanel. Terrible. Terrible choice. So gone. I would immediately delete her from Chanel. Margot Robbie. As beautiful as that woman is, and she is beautiful, Chanel does nothing for her. She looks sad and depressed every time she's wearing Chanel. Margot Robbie is a blonde bimbo type that needs to wear colors. She needs Versace. She needs curves. She needs, you know what I mean? And I mean bimbo in the most respectful way. I love my Barbies, so I mean it in a most respectful way. Margot Robbie looks great in Versace. She looks great, in those brands. Chanel does nothing for her, and she does nothing for Chanel. So I would also fire her as brand ambassador. Marion Cotillard. Okay, so she's a little bit long in the tooth, but that's okay. Marion Cotillard, she's French at least, very bourgeoise, this kind of vibe. She can stay, but not as the face of the Chanel No. 5 perfume. I would kind of have her front row at the shows, but that's it. Lily Rose Depp could stay. I would leave Lily Rose Depp. Lily Rose can stay, yes. And if the CEOs would tell me, Jacob, you gotta hire at least one star, it would be Winona Ryder. I would bring Winona Ryder to Chanel, and Winona Ryder would be my muse. Winona Ryder would be my muse for Chanel. She, trust you me, I would style her personally. And she would deliver the gothic, the darkness of Coco Chanel, but she would also deliver the exuberance and the whimsy and the unattainable mystique of the character. You can't really grasp her. That is very much Chanel. And Mem says she's perfect. Yeah, Winona is a classic, says Viel. Yes. Zendaya, absolutely not, Patricia. No. Zendaya. Pat says Winona is too attached to Marc Jacobs. Marc has said Chanel would be his dream job. Winona is attached to Marc Jacobs. She can still be attached to Marc Jacobs. I'm not jealous. I'm not a jealous type. Winona would be sublime. And Winona would also be my choice as the next face for Chanel No. 5 perfume, the Christmas ad campaign. So fabulous, Winona Ryder. So I would hire her. Brooke Gardner says, can't argue with any of this spot on. Yeah, so there you go. She's incredible, says Nat. RF Buffy says she's older than Marion Cotillard. She's a dark winter like Coco was. Yes, beautiful. I mean, just fantastic. Then, okay, that musician guy gots to go. He gots to go. The guy who's always, they always give him the wrong clothes. What's his name? The guy who promotes their glasses. He always does the music for their shows. Bye. Yesterday. Not going to happen. We would have new musical direction, and it would not be him. The bearded dude. Yeah, Oli. Just no. Gots to go. Gots to go. Gots to go. Sylvia says he's so annoying. Anyway, he gots to go. And we would hire a new team. It would be new music. Less of that nostalgia vibes. I know that Virginie loves her 60s movies, 70s movies, 80s. I get it. Yes, Sébastien Tellier, that's the one. Gots to go. We would look a little bit more towards the future. Classic, but towards the future. Then, bye to the music. Now, My favorite Virginie collection was Chateau de Dame. Chateau de Dame, and I also liked Le 19M, the 19M. Those two I really, really liked. Le 19M because of the costume jewelry. Chateau de Dame because of the theatricality of it. And in fact, those are the two collections I bought clothes from. I actually bought clothes from those two, both being Métier d'Art collections. Shop Queen is like J-Lo, just kidding. Teresa McGuire says, I'm a year younger than Winona. She's 52. This perfect age for a mature, beautiful woman for Chanel No. 5. It's gorgeous, Terry. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. So there you go. Those would be my two favorite Virginie moments. Chateau de Dame and Le 19M. Yeah, Chef's Kiss, right? Chateau de Dame. Yeah, gorgeous. From Chateau de Dame, I have that beautiful, beautiful vest, the knit vest, like the Renaissance knit. Oh my God, I love that vest so much. And I have also the Ghost bag, the 255 Ghost bag with the tapestry of the chateau embossed on the leather. And from Le 19 I have a ton of costume jewelry. And also I have the jacket, the 4-pocket jacket, knit jacket. Nancy says, I could be your office manager. You would never run out of sharp pencils. Oh, thanks, Nancy. Corey Emerson says, I'd love to work with you to pull from archives. The archives would be amazing. Yes, Stephen, the red, it's like red, orange, salmony, pink hues. Gorgeous, gorgeous vest. Kev says, I think Deauville might be my favorite. Maybe that was the last collection she really put her heart in. Deauville? You mean her first collection, you mean? That was her first collection. And you say that was her last? The last one she put her heart in? No. That's not I need whoever the new director is to push the 255 bag. I would push the 255 bag. Lajota says, well, I guess I have something from her. The glasses with the chain. She doesn't design the glasses, but yeah, from her era. You have something from her era. Corey says, pulling from the archives will make me cry. QQQQ says, I hope the next creative director gets rid of Vivian Roner the same way Virginie did with Lola Nicon. I think, what's her name, you guys? You know her name. Their atelier model, the Brazilian chick who works as their in-house model, but then she also does the runways. I always forget her name. Amanda, yeah. Rodriguez or something, right? Amanda Sanchez. Gots to go. I'm sorry, she's really sweet, but gots to go as well. She gots to go. Pat says, I honestly think Virginie got better and better as she went along, but whomever did the styling should be fired. The styling was terrible. I just really, really hope that this latest cruise collection, Marcel, is not her last collection, because that was terrible. The styling was terrible, but also the clothing, in my opinion. No, Steven, she has been showing up in shows. She has. She has. Okay, and then another person. Okay, so Penelope Cruz, although she's better in Chanel clothing than Margot Robbie and Kristen Stewart, I would keep Penelope on the back burner for specific styles. I think she's okay for Chanel when Chanel goes in a certain direction stylistically, then it fits her. But not everything, not every season. I wouldn't employ Penelope every season because the look doesn't fit. Oh, Pink Hornet, Charlotte Casiraghi gots to go. Yesterday, gots to go. Charlotte Casiraghi has done nothing for Chanel, in my opinion. She has only snobbified it, in my opinion. She's made it elitist. The whole allure surrounding this character and her family, just no. It's really not working for me. Not at all. I know that Coco was also connected to royalty, and she would dress royals in the past, in the 20s and the 30s. Oh, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
Jimmy has donated $20. Love you, my dear.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much for the help. It's going to contribute towards the new computer. Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Charlotte Casiraghi got to go. Oh, that's a wonderful choice. Michael Ocampo says, I hope the collective team of fashion are literally the 4 ladies who are at the helm of the haute couture ateliers. That would be amazing, but those ladies are technicians. They're not creators. They make your vision come to life because they are incredibly talented and genius technicians who transform a vision into reality. But they're not creators of a vision. And that does not diminish whatsoever their talent or their quality. It is much harder to be a very talented genius technician because you have to also know how to let go of your ego. And most creative people do not know how to let go of their ego. And that's a big problem of many creative people, that they do not know how to let go of their ego or do not want to let go of their ego. But the lovely, lovely, lovely ladies that are head of haute couture, they don't have an ego. They are just purely there to create a vision, to make somebody's vision come to life. Will I buy something from Virginie's last collection, whatever the last collection is? If I like it, I'm not going to fall into that FOMO. Like I said, it's not like she passed away and so this is the last thing ever that she did, and it's a different type of tribute that we're paying the designer by having something from the last collection. If I like something, what is her last collection though? What is her last collection? Is her last collection going to be haute couture? The upcoming haute couture? Because if the upcoming haute couture is her last collection, no, I'm not going to buy anything because I can't afford $50,000 for a jacket. But if sadly her last collection is the Marseille cruise, what am I going to buy? The flip-flops? Like the sexy flip-flop, the elegant flip-flops from the Marseille cruise collection? Girl, I don't think. I will only buy what I love. Virginie allegedly designed one bag. She designed the 22 bag. But like, what am I supposed to buy from the Marseille collection? The bib? Like the net, the sea net with the trash from the sea attached to the bib? No, not going to happen. Yeah, the H&M collection. The elegant and affluent flip-flops. Not going to happen. You know. Oh, Virginie designed the vanity small leather goods. Oh, the shade. Let's bib together, says Ollie. Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing to buy from Virginie, it's a bib. To remember her by. To remember her by. We buy a bib. I don't know what Sofia Coppola is up to these days. Maybe he's shooting a movie? And a Müllemeister. Feline. No, I don't think that's going to happen because Anne is vegan. She would not want to have leather. And Chanel's clients love their leather. So there's that. I don't know. Has the bib become iconic? I mean, the bib is bibbing. The bib is bibbing slowly but surely. I mean, had Virginie continued to do Chanel for another 5 years, then she would have had a decade of work at Chanel, that's 100 collections, 100 bibs. You could make a whole book, the 100 bibs of Virginie Viard at Chanel. I mean, then it would have become iconic, maybe for all the wrong reasons, but it would have become iconic. Andy McDowell's daughter. Oh, what about her? A bib to remember her by. Lahota likes the macrame-looking necklace. I should wear a bib for the Haute Couture review, Cecilia. I wonder if Chanel will gift her all the unsold bibs as a goodbye gift. Who knows? Steven says, that pink bag you had was really pretty until it peeled. Yeah, those 20 minutes that I had it before it started peeling. Dream. She's going to launch the Virginie Viard Couture Bib collection next. Oh, Michael, I'm wishing her all the best on her endeavors. 87, she says, Anna Wintour already made the decision for all of us. She has a huge hand on creative directors in the fashion industry. I don't know if Anna Wintour has a lot of say when it comes to Chanel. A bib museum. Still 50-ish collections. They worked her to the bone. And Caleb, she's been working at Chanel longer than Karl Lagerfeld. You guys, let that sink in. The lady is tired. She deserves to retire. Virginie started working at Chanel in 1983 together with Karl. She worked for him from day one. And then when he passed in 2019, she kept working for another 5 years. So she's been working at Chanel from 1983 to 2024, and maybe even into 2025, because we don't know when she's leaving. So she wins. I don't think there will ever be anybody else at Chanel to work that long in one go for the company like she did. How many years is that? Can somebody do the math from 1983 to 2025? We don't know yet. 40 years, says Nat. Nobody nowadays works 40 years for a fashion brand. Virginie Viard is more part of Chanel history than Karl is, because she's been there longer. 42 years, says Crazy Cat Lady Joe. 42 years at Chanel. And Sai's like, here I am complaining about my shifts at the mall. So you see, 42 years, she is the DNA of Chanel. Oh my God, did she work longer at Chanel than Coco did? So Coco came back in 54. Then she did 6 years till the 60s, then another 10. 60, 17. So Coco did 17 years after the war. So Coco did 17. Wow. And then let's say she started like somewhere, like when was it official? Because Coco started doing fashion before she was the company Chanel. You know what I'm saying? So we have a little bit of a phasing in time into Coco Chanel, the brand, because she was already designing before she had a brand. So let's say she started, so that's 17. So let's say she started like 1918, even though she started early. But let's say 1918. So let's say 1918. Remember 17, because I'm going to forget the number. So 1918. And then so 1918. She stopped in 1938. $20 plus 17. Coco worked 37 years at her own brand. Like designing fashion. I didn't take in consideration her exile years in Switzerland. I only took in consideration while her atelier were open. Coco did 37 years. Virginie did 42. So, let that sink in. No, I have 37. I have 37. Why do you have 53 years? I did 1918. 53. Yeah. Why do you have 53 years? If she didn't stop during exile, then it would be 53. Right. But she did stop during exile, so we can't count those years. You couldn't buy Chanel fashion during those years, so it didn't exist. Coco Chanel, 37, give or take a year or two. Virginie, 42 years of working at Chanel. You see, I mean, when we put things into perspective, many people are really underestimating Virginie Viard at Chanel because she knows what she's doing there. She was the continuation of Coco. She connects Coco to Karl, to the past, to the future. Sylvia, she was very young when she started, and she comes from theater. She was doing costume design for theater and film. Xavier says, I'd retire. That's what I think Virginie's going to do. I think she will retire. Alaya says, Virginie earned her flowers. Right. Johnny says, applause to Virginie. Definitely. Kev says, it's Virginie's time. She had, the sad thing is that after 42 years, she still has a bad eye for design and proportions. Oh, Kev. I think she had a vision of what is comfortable for women today. And I think women who could afford it embraced that vision and felt comfortable in her clothes for the most part. It's hard for men to understand that. But I think the female customers, the ones that actually bought her fashion for Chanel, they embraced that form of luxurious comfort. Frozen Luxury says, I hope she gets Karl's house on that island and yacht and just relax. She deserves really to chill. Corey says her background is why she designed the way she did. I think so as well. I think so. I think Corey, she designed for women. She knew exactly what she was doing. There was a very comfortable. A lot of her clothes are very, very comfortable to wear, and very underestimated. Just wait and see what happens in a couple of years, depending on who takes over Chanel. We got over 400 people watching, you guys. Thumb up the live stream. Let's try to get to 500 likes. What a live stream today. Between the birth of something new at Chanel.
Please send it to me.
And then the ending of something at Chanel. It's kind of a bitter, sweet moment. There's the excitement for something new. You know how much I love my Chanel perfumes. I consider them the best perfumes in the world. So we have something beautiful and new coming to rejoice. And then we have these sad news about Virginie, which of course you can say, well, some people are happy that she's leaving. I'm not happy that she's leaving. I'm not. And I think she was dealt a very difficult card. Karl passed away right before the pandemic. She had to reinvent everything. During lockdown, when nobody was working, nothing was being produced, manufacturing was stopped, money was in the gutter, nobody was selling, it was all a mess. She had to struggle through those 3 years of the 5 years, of the total of 5 years of which she was artistic director at Chanel. 3 were spent during the pandemic. Such a difficult time. And then the 2 years after the pandemic with the entire economical situation, the struggling. And right after the pandemic, who did they hire? Lena Nair as CEO. Lena pushing for the price increases, pushing for more money. Terrible. She vulgarized, bastardized Chanel. Dare we say it? Dare we say it that with her policies, she bastardized Chanel? So Virginie, not only did Virginie struggle during the 3 years of the pandemic, she also struggled during the 2 years that she was under Lena. Which brings me to another point. Maybe this is also one of the reasons why maybe Virginie herself said, I want to go. Like, fine, I dealt with the 3 years of the pandemic, but now I got to deal with this new CEO management policy. No. You're not letting me work in the right vision. This is not Chanel. Maybe, just maybe, Virginie herself was like, thank you. We've had a good run. 42 years. You know what? I'm good. Thank you. Think about it. Think about the struggles that she had to go through. First of all, once Carl was gone, Virginie had to take over everything. Okay. And then got the worst cards dealt you could possibly get. First of all, you're taking over an empire that Carl is leaving behind. To walk in his footsteps, it's the worst thing you can do. It's the worst that can happen to you because the world loved him. The world loved him at Chanel. The fashion world credited him for saving the brand Chanel from bankruptcy. And then you got to step up to the occasion, come from behind his shadow and take over? That's already a Sisyphus type of job, a colossal endeavor. And then you get hit by the pandemic. Right after you take over Chanel, you get 3 years of lockdowns. And you got to reinvent everything. You got to relearn how to do everything. And then they hire Lena. And then she comes to tell you more money, more money. It has to sell more, has to sell better. I want to see more profits. And then you're like, wait, hold on, what are we doing here? Is this H&M or is this a luxury house? Think about it. I would have been devastated. If I were to have to be in her shoes, I would have been devastated. Kev says, maybe Virginie's priced out as well. Possibly. Zeitgeist says, if Virginie Viard started her own brand, I would actually buy it. That's a really good point, Zeitgeist. I would too. Because her own brand would not be as expensive as Chanel, but she would deliver that Chanel savoir-faire. So Virginie Viard starting her own brand would be actually a gift to us. A gift to women. Definitely a gift to women because she knows how to dress women. But it would also be a gift to some of us guys who, hopefully, who wait for her to make a bigger sized piece that we can also fit in. I would, because, for me, clothes also know no gender, really. So, Caleb says, bravo to Virginie and to you, Jacob. I knew when this news broke that you would give a great take on it. Thank you, Caleb. Very kind of you. And I do have really a lot of respect for Virginie because look at all these numbers. Look at all these facts that we're spilling here. The years she's worked there, the troubles she had to go through to, let's give an applause for Virginie Viard. Yeah. I mean, period. Period. Castelbajac was hired right before the pandemic to take over Benetton, United Colors of Benetton. Oh boy, how much I love Castelbajac. Castelbajac also kind of semi-retired and came back to take over Benetton, and he's the mastermind behind the Vivienne Westwood squiggle pattern, by the way. And Oh, I started buying Benetton all over again. All those floral shirts you see me wear, that's Castelbajac for Benetton. I love them to bits. I'm going to wear them until they fall apart. And all of the 80s styles, the color blocking, that's all Castelbajac. Then the pandemic happened, right? He was hired right before the pandemic. His pieces were beautiful, but the pandemic did not really work out very well in Benetton's favor. They did not sell very well. So what did Benetton do? They fired him. Right when the pandemic stopped, he was out of a job. That is so sad. That is so sad. Oh, 5'0", my love. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie.
Nothing donated $50 towards your new computer.
Thank you, my love. Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you, 5'0". You're always so kind to me and generous. Thank you, sweetie. By the way, I just checked out 5'0"'s one of the latest videos. She has a channel. Go subscribe to her. Fabulous lady, fabulous lady. And you also come from theater, right? You also design clothes. You also actually, I know you said in one of your videos you've been working behind the scenes, and but you've been working in theater, and so you know where Virginie Viard comes from as well. Also in costumes. So anyway, 5'0" was doing a video on her Chanel collection. She actually showed some pieces I've never seen myself. So my dear, because 5'0" is very humble in her video, she says, I don't have a special collection. I'm like, girl, you have a special collection. And I'm not talking about the video, which was also beautiful with the costume jewelry. I'm also talking about the video where you share your perfumes and all the freebies. So delightful to watch. And there, you've shown pieces that I haven't seen from the past as well. So definitely a source of knowledge there as well for you guys if you're interested in fashion and knowledgeable fashion, and also if you're interested in information about Chanel as well. Very knowledgeable, lovely, elegant lady. Patricia says, so Jacob, the big question, do we know anyone with Chanel who is a good prospect that has been quietly behind the scenes? Good question, Patricia. Quietly behind the scenes, no. No. Quietly behind the scenes, no. Oh, Terry, my love, thank you.
Teresa McGuire donated $60.
Thank you so much.
Towards your new computer.
You guys, without Terry, there would be no bunker. Terry, my love, thank you, sweetie. Let's make this computer happen. Hit it, Bubbles, for Terry. Thank you, Terry. Child, lose my voice. Let me take a sippy. So, you see, I think we're in a bit of a predicament. Because, and this is really, I don't know, I'm close to tears. I don't know why, but this makes me so sad. It makes me so sad. I love fashion so much. I don't love fashion for the mere consumer aspect of it, like many people do, and you're going to see a lot of content creators on YouTube. Unbox, consume. Come on, we're waking up. We're starting to realize that there's more to fashion than that. And as Vivienne Westwood used to say, buy less, choose well, make it last. I am wearing Vivienne Westwood today, almost head to toe, right? But I have Vivienne Westwood necklace, the fly necklace, and I have this gorgeous pirate ruffle shirt. Check this out. Also Viv. Look at her sleeves. Look at how she... Oh, amazing. Anyway. But fashion is dead. And I know I've been saying this for a long time, and it's like, okay, whatever that even means at this point. We've said it so often that it doesn't even, that it doesn't even, oh, I hate that always a hair gets stuck in this freaking earring. We repeat this 1,000 times, and it's just, I know Virginie is still alive, but this is an end of an era. This is not just 5 years of Virginie are over, and let's see who's new. This is a person who has been with Chanel for 42 years, leaving. It's a big deal. This is the end of an era. Karl passing away, he still walked with Virginie Viard. His last collections, he took her out with him. She walked out with him. He was introducing her to us. He knew that he was sick. He was showing her to us, to the world. She would come out with him hand in hand at the end of every collection. He was handing the torch over to her. So truth be told, when he passed away, that was not the end of an era. Now that she's leaving, that's the end of an era. Yeah. Really, when it hits you, it hits. It hits hard. It hits hard. And then, of course, yeah, Caleb, right? You need some Vivienne in your life. I think you would look fabulous. I think Vivienne really suits your aesthetic. You just gotta dare to wear her. It's so sad. This is so sad. Now that she's gone, now it's the end of an era. Vivienne passed away a short while ago, another living legend that is no longer with us. You know, and if Virginie decides to not start her own brand, which, oh my gosh, I would love if she started her own brand. But if she does decide to retire, Claudia Fabi says, this is why I love your channel, Jacob, for the true love of the fashion house. I also feel very sentimental. We are a part of history alongside Virginie. I so agree with you. And we are sitting together once again, something that I've been talking about for 10 years now on this channel. There's a flame. There's a fire. Our great, 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 great ancestors, way before there was internet, way before there was electricity, before television, they would all sit around campfires and share the stories of the family or of the tribe. They would pass on knowledge to each other. When social media is done right, that's what you get. What we have here today, right now. Campfire, we're all sitting around this fire sharing knowledge, growing. So here we are sitting together in a very, very important historical, from a fashion perspective and from a Chanel fashion perspective. Today is a very historical day. Huge. Today is more historical than the day for Chanel, than the day Karl passed. Because we all knew he was ill. We all knew the day was coming. We were getting ready for it. He was getting ready for it. He passed the torch on to Virginie. So we had, Virginie was for us that pillow that absorbed the hit, the blow. When he was gone, she took the blow. She was that rock and pillar that kept carrying the flame and the torch alive for another 5 years after he had passed. I mean, it's incredible the amount of energy that lady had to deal with and absorb and handle to get through this. But now that she's leaving, this is the end of an era. Today, the news hit today. We are sharing the news together today, and we are spending this time together. In a way, also consoling each other. And I know people are going to come now, if anybody ever watches this video later on in the comments, they're going to say, oh my God, first world problems, people are dying. Yeah, but guess what? People have been dying way before internet existed, And they will continue to do so way after internet is gone. You choose your battles. You choose what moves you. The emotions you feel, you choose them. They are a part of you. You feel certain emotions not because you want to discredit other emotions or other people's emotions. No, we're all different. You choose your emotions because that's who you are. We choose to be together right now for this reason. This moment in time when we are, well, I feel abandoned a little bit. I'm not going to lie with you. I had planned a few telephone calls, like funny moments, comedic relief, but I'm just like really sad. I don't feel, I'm not in the mood to do comedy today. Like I feel sad. I feel like I've lost one of those lights to guide me to the shore. Now that she's gone. Oh, Teresa Lee, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for honoring Virginia V.
Thank you. That's so generous of you, so kind of you. Thank you so much. Virginie and Hermes. Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you. The thing is, yeah, group hug, Kev. And I know we make fun of stuff and we love to have comedic relief, and it's good to have comedic relief. Good morning, Mini Jeffrey. But like now is the time to kind of actually, like it's okay to be sad, maybe, because it is a big deal. A huge, huge chapter for this historical maison is coming to an end. And as undignified as Lina Nair's work is, in my opinion, at Chanel, as bastardized and vulgarized as Chanel has become because of the price increases and the greediness that I see there, that's on her. And on Bruno, and that's on them. They don't have an ounce of creativity in their bones. They only have greed and money. Virginie is not like that. So if we for a second manage to disassociate ourselves from the terrible business strategies of Chanel for a moment and focus on the creative aspect for whatever it's worth, Virginie delivered, given the circumstances and the difficult situation she was put under and the pressures. She did the best she could. But now that she's gone, there's no dream left. If they hire Jacques Mousse to take over as artistic director, there's no more elegance. There's no more touch. The allure of Chanel is dead if they hire him. 5 for Nothing says, I love Chanel so much. The uncertainty of what might happen is difficult to deal with. It's really difficult to deal with. Yeah. It's so difficult. And I think, good morning, Lana Marie. Good morning, sweetie. Jiren Ko says she checked out before the resort collection, I guess. No, she didn't check out before the resort collection because she made the resort collection. Yeah, Kev says Jacques Mousse would really be the worst choice. God. Like, how are we going to sit here like a year from now? Like, okay, let's say they hire him, you guys. Okay, let's say they hire him. Like, what are we going to do? Like 1 year from now, when they show the next show, and we're sitting here like reviewing the show to like, how do we keep the spark alive? How? I don't know. I've already reduced my purchases of Chanel, to fragrances and just like to whatever is like classical, whatever is left connected to Coco, but like the memory of Coco is amazing. Okay, so you buy the historic pieces, you buy the 255 bag, you buy the 4-pocket jacket, you buy a camellia, you know what I mean? You buy the slingbacks, like you get your staples and you're done. But there's no more looking forward to, oh, what's new? Oh, what's coming next? No, all I'm looking forward to, not in a positive way, but the only thing I'm thinking about when I think about Chanel these days is, when am I going to purchase the next classic piece before it goes up in price again? Like, let me get into my collection the classic pieces before the price goes up again. That's all I think about. I don't think about, oh, I'm so excited about the new collection. Let me see what's new, what new things I can buy. No, all I think about is, let's hope that I can get a good slingback still and some nice tweed, classic slingback, classic tweed before they hit $2,000 a pair. I don't think about the bags anymore. Thankfully, I got all the classic bags I wanted, so I'm good. Clothing-wise, I'm still thinking about a tweed classic 4-pocket jacket. But that's another $10,000, like, at this point. I'm just waiting for the next price increase when the jacket becomes $12,000. So probably not going to happen anytime soon for me. So that's it, you know. Okay, costume jewelry we like from time to time, but that's like, you know, some whimsical piece, which is also classic Chanel, to do whimsical costume jewelry. But that's it. There is no, oh my gosh, the excitement of what's the style of the next Chanel collection going to be. What is the next style? You know, who has it in them to silently and stoically continue on with the torch, maintaining Coco's legacy alive while still manufacturing clothes? That's what Virginie did. Who has that strength? Who else is out there? Which designers out there that can actually be capable of doing such things? I don't see them. Let's get to 500 likes, you guys. We are at 468 likes. Come on, let's do this. We can do this. We can get to 500 likes. Here's to 500 likes for Virginie. The constant price hikes are not doing the brand any favors. They really are not doing the brand any favors, Michael. They come across as so arrogant and convoluted. And it's just, it's embarrassing. You know, they think like, we're worth it. Just keep increasing, we're worth it. I'm like, you're so blind. Maybe, just maybe, Virginie Viard, maybe that's also one of the reasons why she left, if she left. Allegedly. Hi, James. Thank you for thumbing up the live stream. Thumb up the live stream, you guys. I still have tweed jackets as naked eyes. I cannot ever afford one, and they keep going up in price. You know, the thing is, maybe, and I'm just speculating here, maybe Virginie was also kind of like done with the whole, oh, Chanel, you're outpricing all of your clients, and it's, sorry, I see this hair always in the light. Little tiny broken hairlets. Broken hairs like my broken heart. Does your Chanel source know how she left? No. How she left? She hasn't left yet. But under which circumstances? No. Also not. But you best believe that as time passes, I'm going to get more intel. That's a good point. RF Buffy says, a bad CEO often drives away loyal and dedicated people. Gloria says, maybe the new designer isn't born yet or barely growing. Oh, like the Messiah. It's going to happen in the future. There's a possibility. There's a possibility. But you see, this live stream today is dedicated not just to Virginie Viard, but to all the wonderful creative women out there and the misunderstood women. And I'm saying this because there's so many different ways we can misunderstand somebody. You see, Virginie Viard was misunderstood for many years, and people were saying, oh, she's so boring, she's so dull, when in reality, she was maintaining the flame of Coco's heritage alive. Maintaining the flame of Chanel's heritage alive isn't innovating and creating shock value moments like that vulgar stuff that Schiaparelli's doing at the moment. It's about subtle nuance and maintaining dignity, being dignified. So we started the show also talking about the Romanian ladies, actually, because those are the ones, not men, women from Romania designing those beautiful shirts and dresses. Thank you so much, Zeitgeist.
Donated $2.
Thank you, so
this
kind.
This is my first tip. Jacob, do you think the 22 bag will be discontinued? I know its quality is questionable, but it is so cute, and it's the bag that Virginie designed.
It's not going to be discontinued anytime soon, but one day it will. One day it will. Hit it, Bubbles, for Zeitgeist. Thank you, sweetie, so much. I thought we were going to do the harp. Bubbles just changed the tone all of a sudden. There's a little buglet flying, so annoying. So we had the Romanian ladies, and yes, I know then we have a controversial figure with Melania, but I don't know. We're so quick to judge, right? Who dates who? Oh, you're much younger than the guy, so you're a gold digger. You're doing this, you're doing that, just for the... You don't know what sort of trouble and pain and suffering a person goes through. You don't know. We never know. But one thing I do know, she loves her son very much. She's a good mom, I have a feeling. And she protects her son like a mama bear. So I do believe she's also misunderstood in many ways, and she doesn't have a voice, and she's not allowed to speak, and she's behind her husband, and there's a lot of stuff we don't know about her because we're not allowed to. She has to be silent. I think she's very misunderstood. Can the allure of Chanel continue with the corporate machine behind Chanel without a true figurehead? Or are we just going to forget all about the roots in a few years? I'm going to say this, and this is going to maybe be hard to hear for some, but everything needs to burn down in order to be rebuilt. There is no other way. Given the direction in which the corporate greed is going in at the moment. There is no other way. There is no other way. These CEOs and heads of are such loose cannons with a ginormous pocket that is never full. It all has to burn down to the ground, the whole system, and then it can be rebuilt like a phoenix coming out of its ashes. It's otherwise, you guys, think about it. If it doesn't all, burn to the ashes, the corporations will not give up on their own. A corporation will not give up on its own as long as it keeps making money and as long as it can suck up the money, it will suck up the money because people are greedy, because people are egotistical, because a person in power wants the power. And they're going to keep wanting that power, and they're going to keep feeding off of it, and they're going to keep coming for it as long as they have a system that enables them to do so. But they have infiltrated the system to the point where they make the laws. So they make the system to work in their favor. So it's the system that has to collapse and has to start anew. Sibylla, of course, the revolution should come from the people, for the people. And of course, it will work for a short period of time, and then just like in Orwell's Animal Farm, all animals are equal until one day some animals will become more equal than others. And again, we're going to start going into that way of thinking of somebody's going to want to grab more power for themselves, and we're going to get to this place again in another 200 years. We're going to be here again because we keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. We are living at the moment in one part of history where the cycle is coming to an end and a new cycle will begin. The price to pay for the end of this cycle is terribly high. Terribly high. Food price increases and Chanel price increases are a joke compared to the price that us or our children, latest our children, will have to pay for this end of cycle and the beginning of a new cycle, because people in power are not going to let go easily. Sibylla says, yes, that's the cycle of Pluto. I'm a professional astrologer. We are in a French Revolution moment again. You see? This is where we're at. Quite frankly, I think it's still a miracle that we are even allowed to have internet and free speech. In some countries, other countries do not have it and do not allow it. But sometimes I wake up and I'm counting the days and I'm thinking, when are we going to wake up and internet will just be shut down? You know how easy it is? Like that. Louis says, I have a feeling that Chanel would become a cheap brand. Maybe not now, but in the future. So this is another thing, Louis, that I've been thinking about. Like if I were to follow in the footsteps of Virginie, but also I would be more vocal in the company and I would try to take more control, which of course they would not allow, obviously. But I would push for lower prices. It would be one of my conditions for my contract. In fact, I would say, well, you know, if they really wanted to work with me and they were to say, Jacob, you're the one, there's nobody else out there but you to work for Chanel, I would be like, oh, really? Okay, yeah, okay, fine. We can negotiate a fee. It doesn't have to be too high. I can go lower, but I want you to lower the prices. Sibylla, good point. I think same too. Could people in power use the solar storm as an excuse to test us? Who knows? It's a pleasure to listen to you, Jacob. You really know what you are talking about. Thank you, Sibylla. Very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Deborah, no. Chanel should not do a diffusion label. No. No diffusion label. Just a prêt-à-porter and haute couture, but priced reasonably. So, Kev, the 255 bag under Jacob, because it's a heritage bag that I would say Coco Chanel wanted everybody to have, the 255, not the timeless classic, The 255. The 255 bag would go under $2,000. It would be 1.5 to 2.5, depending on the size and constellation. Yeah, 1,500 to 2,500. That's my 255 price. But that tiny Chanel inscription on the lock would be gone. Yeah, Brenda, like $2,555, exactly. The 255 price. No logo visible, not even the tiniest logo on the outside. I would take that away because Coco's original bag also did not have the logo there. It would be, and why? It's an IYKYK moment, a truly if you know moment. That's why the 255 bag would have that price. If you truly love Chanel, and if you truly love what Coco stood for, then the bag is 1.5 to 2.5 price range. But you cannot show off the logo. You can't show off, look, I can afford Chanel. I got the double C turn lock. No. The double C turn lock would still stay $10,000. Yeah. You want to be the label ho? Pay. You want Coco's heritage? No logo, but the price is better. A non-pilling jersey, difficult because it's really hard to source good quality jersey these days and also good quality cashmere. 5 Foot Nothing says, fair enough. Yeah, so 5 Foot Nothing. You see, what we are doing at Chanel is implementing a more socially fair structure where if you are very rich or you're nouveau riche and you want to show off that you can afford the brand, you're buying the $10,000 logo, heavy, trashy piece, right? Which is overpriced. Part of the price that you paid for that trashy bag, that you overpaid for that trashy bag, part of that price that you pay goes towards paying the non-logo bag, the 255 bag, for those who want to have the true heritage of Chanel. It makes sense. So who wants the logo heavy bag pays more for it. That extra money you paid for it goes to subsidize the more affordable 255 bag. The Robin Hood syndrome. Well, except no, you're not stealing from the rich. You're just saying this is the price. You don't have to buy it. I'm not taking your money if you don't want to give me your money. But yeah, MMM says, I think that price scheme would also make more people buy the classic flap more. Good, because it's not being given enough love. Good night, Caleb. Thank you for being with us. I would rather people think my 255 is a dupe, says Robbie. Well, chances are they do anyway, because people think everything Chanel is fake nowadays, because it's everywhere. It's oversaturated. You know what I'm saying? Kev says, but can we at least get the haute couture label hidden in a pocket or something for the label whores inside? Oh, no, Kev, for sure. Inside of the bag, you still have the logo. Inside of the bag, when you lift that second flap, you still got the double C, you still have the Made in France stamp. Inside, you still got your everything, right? But there would be a classic version of the 255, not reissue, the OG, with gros interior, Tyrian pink and Tyrian red, without the zipper pocket, but instead with a mirror, and the chain strap would have an extra layer of jersey on it to make it more comfortable for the shoulders, and the bag would be in jersey. That's the classic. That's the classic 255. which does have a Chanel logo, but doesn't have a big fat double C. Darn, Jacob, you keep saying what I start to write and then I keep erasing. Patricia. Yeah, there you go. So this is what I would do. Chris says, I have been thinking about whether to get a Mini 255, but I'm telling myself not to give the reputed recent quality. Yeah. What are they now? The Mini 255 is now $5,000. Single flap. Deborah C., the double C turn lock, the turn lock was Carl's innovation. The double C logo was not Carl's invention. Everyone has Chanel bag, and I'm not sure which ones are real. I cannot tell anyways, says Naked Eyes. It's become a mess, yeah. But I could be wrong, of course, as Deborah, about the double C was Lagerfeld's innovation. He did the turn lock, but he did not do the double C logo. Although I do have a photo of a Chanel catalog pre-Carl era that also had a turn lock with a double C. Slightly different. So technically, can we say that he invented the double C turn lock? 5 Foot Nothing says buy a pre-loved one. Buying pre-loved is a little bit tricky because you never know if it's authentic or not. Yes, Patricia, I would recommend the tweed bags if you have the money for them. They are very delicate though, and the tweed can unthread, and then you have to really take care of it. But they are beautiful. I do have a tweed bag from Chanel as well. It's a stunner. But I am very delicate with it. I mean, it's a very, 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 very you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those bags that you look at more than use, but they are beautiful. Chanel tweed bags are beautiful. I would recommend them if you can afford them, or to get a used one, a pre-loved one, a vintage one. We got 485 likes. Let's get to 500 likes for Virginie. Naked Eye says, please show us Jacob.
Show me to me, please. Send it to me, baby.
You can see it actually on my Jacob CC Instagram account. If you scroll down a little bit lower, it's from Carl's last Métier d'Art collection, the Paris, New York, Egypt collection. It is the Egyptian tweed mini. Oh my gosh, just gorgeous. So, 255 is way too expensive as of now, Naked Eyes. I agree. And Rani says the original, yay, I'll take the one with the Tyrian red interior. Gorgeous. I would too immediately if they would remake it again. CC logo has been around since the 1930s, am I right? Yeah, Robbie, yes. Actually, since the 20s, late 20s. So let's get 10 more likes now. Let's get 10 more likes now. We are at 490 likes, you guys. All we need is 10. We'll go. That collection was amazing, 5 Foot Nothing. I know, it's a dream. I rewatch it sometimes just to see the whole catwalk again at the Met Museum and to see Carl come out with Virginie one last time. Such a moment. And even Pharrell did not manage to ruin that show for me because he walked the show. 493 likes. We need 7 more likes to go, and then we're at 500 likes. Debbie's slow today. Debbie, the mathematician. We got Einstein and MMM says, give it to Jacob, please. Right? Thank you, guys. We're so close, baby. 7 more to go. Oh, 499. We are
3,
1 more like
2, 1.
Yes.
Did we do it, Joe? We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. We're at 500 likes. Number 500 for Virginia, baby. Kev says, Debbie's shocked by the news. Yeah, Debbie's still like, wait, hold on a minute. Debbie's like, wait, Virginie worked for 42 years for Chanel, more than Chanel did herself? We did it. Debbie still sees 485. Gloria sees 501. There you go. Good on us, right? Yay! Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for thumbing up the live stream. And so for the double C logo, there are many stories about the double C logo. But there it is. But one of the most beautiful stories that I have read in one of the many, many, many books that I have on Coco, and it's the most poetic one and the one that I go by when I talk about the double C being created. And that would be the story of, and again, it's a beautiful story because that story debunks the rumors that Coco Chanel was homophobe. In fact, she was not. Some of her best friends were gay or lesbian. She was also very, very close to Misia in many ways. But we digress. So one of these very close friends of hers was Jean Cocteau. Jean Cocteau, a gay artist, gay playwright. He wrote one of my favorite short stories and theater pieces called The Human Voice. I have seen it performed on stage a few times, but my favorite performances of The Human Voice were Anna Magnani, directed by Rossellini. And it's a story of a woman who has been abandoned by her lover, and she's madly in love with him, and she's so sad. She stopped eating. Her dog also stops eating, and the dog is suffering because she's suffering. And the whole play happens in one room in her apartment. She's crying. She's alone. She's in tears. She's in bed, waiting for the phone to ring because she's hoping he's going to call her again and talk to her. And he does call, and they do talk, and he doesn't want to come back, and she's all alone. I mean, and you never see him. It's a monologue. Such a beautifully emotionally written piece, so subtle and so human, the human voice. Anyway, no spoilers. But so Jean Cocteau was not very well off. But Coco loved him. She loved his work. She loved his plays, his texts, his drawings. So she would go to the theaters and she would say, here's the money. Produce this young man's theater piece. I'll pay for it. But don't tell him that I'm paying for it. I don't want him to feel guilty. Of course, eventually he found out that it was her. But she gave him that opportunity. She was his patron, Like you are my patrons. So thank you guys so much. And he became famous also thanks to her because, of course, then once he became notorious, then his own talent spoke for itself, obviously, because he's also very talented. And so once people got to know his work, they loved his work. And so then he could, subsidize his own work later on in life. But to thank her for this wonderful friendship that they had, he gifted her, because mind you, he's not just a playwright, he's not just an author, but he's also a painter, a sketch artist, made beautiful drawings. Jean-Paul Gaultier is highly inspired by Jean Cocteau in his own designs and sketches, just as a side note. So legend wants it that Jean Cocteau one day presented Coco with a gift as a token of his appreciation for their friendship and the love that they have for each other. Legend wants it that he designed the interlocking double C Now you see some Chanel employees are going to tell you, oh, this is from the monastery and the nuns, the orphanage that she was raised in. There's these double C's everywhere. Yeah, sure. Some people are going to say she got this design from Great Britain because she was traveling a lot there, and there's a lot of light pillars that have that double C standing for some royalty. Sure. Some are going to tell you, oh, this is Boy Capel and Coco, like they love like Capel, Coco. Sure. Except the legend that I believe is that this is Cocteau Coco, that he gifted this to her as a connection between him and her, a logo that he gifted her. Now, of course, Chanel's life is shrouded in mystery, and there's so many legends. She herself in some interviews used to say, even I sometimes get lost in the labyrinth of my own myth. So there you have it. Cocteau Coco. That's the double C. At least it is in my version of Coco's history. So the double C, the story that I choose to believe about the double C is Cocteau. Oh, Brenda, thank you so much, my love.
Brenda
Thank you,
donated
sweetie.
$20.
Patricia says, I love that, Jacob. You have such an enchanting way of storytelling. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Very kind of you. And Brenda, darling, let's hit it for Brenda, Bubbles. Thank you, sweetie. Very kind of you. So, obviously, I don't think that the brand Chanel wants to just say, yeah, sure, Cocteau designed the double C. Why would they not want to say that? Well, because Jean Cocteau has his own foundation, or what you might call it. What's it called when you... Estate. The Jean Cocteau estate. So you can imagine if Chanel were to officially, if the brand were to say officially, we acknowledge the fact that Cocteau designed the double C logo, well, then the estate of Jean Cocteau could claim the rights over it, and then maybe Chanel would have to pay for using you know what I'm saying? So obviously it's not really in the brand's interest to openly say, oh yeah, Cocteau designed the double C logo. Allegedly. I'm just speculating that might be one of the reasons why they're kind of adamant, that they're adamant to deliver this version, this poetic version of the inception of the double C logo. But Chanel marketing, truth be told, oftentimes just invents stuff, I mean, the 255 bag in its inception did not have the burgundy interior. Okay, Chanel today tells you the burgundy interior of the 255 bag is the undergarment or the upper garment of some of the nuns from the orphanage that Coco Chanel was raised in. So she put the interior color of the bag, it's the color of the dresses of the nuns. Now, Carl maybe thought that way, and I do believe that the reissue of the 255, that the 255 reissue has the burgundy interior to commemorate the nuns of Coco's orphanage. This I do believe. And I do state that in my review of the 255 bag when I got one back in 2016. So that stays true. But what I don't like is when Chanel brand marketing kind of tends to just say that the 255 reissue is the 255. And then they tell you that the 255, they kind of wink, wink, like the 255 always had the burgundy interior. It did not. It did not. The original 255 had Tyrian pink or Tyrian red interior. In gros gras, not even in leather. Okay. So the reissue 255 came out with the burgundy interior, out of leather, not out of gros gras, with the added news story that that color was chosen because it is the dress of the nuns of the orphanage. Kev says the undergarments, I hope they weren't stains. By undergarments, sorry, I did not mean undies and underwear. I just meant, like, you know, there's the robe and then there's that underrobe that kind of peeks through underneath. So you have usually black and then a bit of white underneath, but it can also be black with burgundy underneath. But then there's also versions that have burgundy on top. Sometimes burgundy on top, black underneath, or burgundy on top, white underneath. That's what I meant by undergarment. I did not mean underwear. So my bad. So in the Chanel boutiques, they're going to tell you the 255 bag was made like this because the interior resembles the nuns, blah, blah, blah. When in reality, Coco's first 255 bag did not have a burgundy interior. What are you going to do? So, what are you going to do? So, you know, I mean, many a times have I went to a Chanel boutique and then they start telling me this shtick and I'm just like, oh God, here we go again. And I don't want to sit there and discuss with a sales associate about how wrong they are. I just, I nod, I smile, thank you very much, moving on, you know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's what it is. So we know they can do whatever they want. They can try to tell you or sell you whatever they want. A lot of the sales associates there, they also don't really care much. I mean, they just repeat what they're told. This is another thing we were talking about, which I find really sad about Chanel human resources. And again, hi, Lena. Do you remember, guys, we were talking about this just a couple of weeks ago, about Chanel hiring people? Because a lot of you have been asking me, like, hey, Jacob, I would love to apply to work for Chanel, either Chanel Beauty at the beauty counter or, you know, Chanel Fashion. How do we go about this? And then I also had people telling me, Jacob, I applied, I passed the first round of interviews, but then they didn't hire me. Like, what did I do wrong? And this has been going on for years, and I have seen a pattern forming here, like which people do not get hired by Chanel and which people get hired by Chanel. And of course, this is just my speculation. I have no clue what HR is really thinking at Chanel, so this is all alleged, what I'm about to say now. But the pattern that I saw forming throughout the years of people writing me like, hey, I tried to apply to work at Chanel and I'm a huge fan of Chanel. I buy a lot of their stuff. I love their history. I love their heritage. And they were looking for someone to hire, and then they didn't hire me. They hired somebody else. And the pattern forming here that I saw was, oh, interesting. They're not going to hire you if you are a fan of the brand. If you are very knowledgeable about the brand. They're going to hire you if you don't care too much. You've worked in luxury already. Good. You do your job well. Good. As a sales associate, we see that you've earned good money at those other brands, blah, blah, blah. You're not a customer of Chanel. We don't have your name on our files. You're not our customer. Good. You're hired. But if you are a customer, and if you're a fan of Chanel, and you kind of fan out during your job interview, you're not going to get the job. They're not going to give you the job. Because they're going to lose a customer when they hire you. They're going to get less money from you when they hire you. And you're going to be a liability to them. Because if you're a huge fan, you're going to want all the freebies to take them home with you. You're going to want all the extra price reductions. You're going to want every new product that comes out. And they don't want that. They want to sell their product at full price. And they don't want you to go home with all the freebies. They don't want you to care too much. They want you to stay in your lane, do your job, be as disconnected as possible from Chanel itself, know what you're told, by brand marketing. They don't want you to be passionate enough to do your own research about Chanel, allegedly. They want you to just repeat what they tell you, no matter if it's wrong or right. And if you are knowledgeable and passionate about the brand, they don't want you to work for them. You can remain a customer and keep spending your money there, but they don't want you to work for them. And this is another problem that I see happening here because, I mean, somebody like Jacques Mousse, if they hire him, I don't see him really being a fan of the brand, you see. Virginie was the last fan of the brand that worked for Chanel as an artistic director, I believe. Whoever comes next at Chanel, if they are already famous, they will be only working there for their own ego, for their own prestige. Sure, in the interviews, they're going to tell you, yes, and I love the heritage of Chanel, and it's such a privilege and an honor to work here. Yeah, they're going to say all of that. That's all PR fodder. But Chanel is not going to hire a person like me because I'm too passionate. I'm too respectful of the brand. They're going to hire someone who doesn't care about the brand. So, somebody who doesn't wear all of their perfumes, somebody who doesn't wear their makeup, somebody who doesn't wear all their clothes, buy all their shoes, wear all their costume jewelry, wear all their fine jewelry, like I do. I'm from head to toe Chanel. I have from every department except for the watches. I hate their watches. Because Coco never made watches. Watches and Chanel, they have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, they'll hire someone who doesn't have a single piece of Chanel in their wardrobe. Someone who doesn't know all of the Chanel perfumes, the history of someone who doesn't know who created the first perfume, the name of the perfumers that created the first Chanel perfume. Who made Chanel No. 5? Coco did. No, she didn't. They're going to hire someone who doesn't know who Ernest Beau was. They're going to hire someone who doesn't know who Henri Robert was, who Jacques Polge is, who Christopher Sheldrake is. Jacques Polge, Olivier Polge. That's who they're going to hire. And this is why it's, again, I believe, really a big end of an era, because Virginie was the last pillar that kept that flame alive. She knew all these things. She had this passion, but she did it so elegantly, silently, in the background. She was very clever. And now that she's gone, we Chanel lovers are epically screwed. Kev says they know all of Coco's archives going to end up in the bunker if they hire Dayco business. No, I would never snatch stuff out of the bunker, but I would photograph it and I would make a lot of books about it. Just saying says, this is true. My friend worked in Gucci and went to Dior, then LV, then Louis Vuitton. I asked, why not Chanel? He said, I want to work in peace. Chanel apparently want to hire him and he declined. He basically is hired because he hates Chanel. There you go. See? Just saying, just said it. I just read it. Don't shoot the messenger. Classic. Kev says they know. Brenda says some sales associates have a pretty good Chanel history knowledge. Like I said, also Virginie has. Some pass through the cracks if they know how to play their cards right and they do not express, while they're being hired, they don't express their passion. They hide it. And then they can show it to you later as a sales associate, as a customer. Yeah, that works. Of course that works. But disclosing all your passion to HR about the brand is, in my humble opinion, not a good idea. Once you on the inside side of the brand, you may start to dislike or even hate the brand because of their politics. So if you love it and are passionate about it, enjoy it from the distance. My little love, this is a really good point. And this is actually what you are saying here also applies to the famous saying, never meet your idols, never meet your icons. You might be really disappointed once you get to meet them. And this is what applies also to, in this case, a job. One of the store managers from Chanel, and this is not HR though, they really, really, really liked me. They know my background in fashion and in beauty. And they said, oh, it'd be great. Can you apply to work here? And I said, no. For this exact reason, I said, I know a little bit too much about fashion and the business of fashion. And I love Chanel too much to accept all the trash and shit that goes down behind the scenes. Because I already know what goes down behind the scenes from hearsay, allegedly. But to actually live it, to have to deal with that shit on a daily basis would make me hate the brand. So I don't want that little spark of hope to die. I want to keep the mystery alive for myself. You know what I mean? I just want to keep just imagining in my mind that things are running better than they are. Because if I were really working with them on a daily basis, having to deal with them, no, I would either end up in an asylum or just really bitter and sad, you know. So having said all that, even more power to Virginie for having dealt with all of this for 42 years. Oh, poor Virginie. I'm glad for her. She had a wonderful career, but I'm like, I just think she's like, she just doesn't like what she's seeing anymore at Chanel. And she's just like, you know what? I'm good. You guys, shout out to your families. Good luck with the brand. See ya. Don't want to be ya. You know, that's what I think went down. Virginie reminds me of people who humbly do their job and let their work speak for them instead of living off an ego. She puts the brand before herself with her Chanel Chanel speaks. Yes, good point. I agree. Aaron says, we know Jacob would have punched Bruno Pavlovsky. One conversation with Lena Nair and she would hate me. I'm just going to leave it at that. Because I would point out to her all the shortcomings. Maya says, I have a feeling that's why she left. Like I said, we don't know if she left or if she was let go or if the contract expired and both parties decided they don't want to renew. We don't know. They're not telling us. They're not telling us. But from all of the little bits of puzzle pieces the breadcrumbs that we've collected throughout the years, this is kind of the conclusion that I come to, that she probably is the one who's like, we good. Thank you. Good night. It was a good show. It was a good run. And now, good night, everybody. Always leave on a high note, says Kev. Well, financially for the company. Yeah, she's leaving on a good note, high note financially for the company, but she's leaving on a terrible note if her last collection was the Cruise Marcel collection, because But just like Virginie said goodnight to Chanel, we also have come to the end of our live stream. I hope you guys have had fun today, despite the sad news, but we have speculated together and we have learned a little bit together just how complex it is to leave a brand like that you've been working for decades, and what it actually means to work for a brand like that, and what it means to be so humble like Virginie was, to stay in the background even though you are the artistic director of a brand. And we've also shared the journeys of several women and how it is to be misunderstood and maybe misjudged in weird ways throughout your career and life. So I hope we came out of this journey on the other side of the tunnel in somewhat a cathartic process to see the light again And this is a historic moment in time and history. This is truly the end of an era for Chanel. Thank you, Jacob. Your knowledge as always makes our life so interesting. Thank you, 5 Foot Nothing. Very kind of you. Kev says, bye, Virginie. Come back for tea from time to time while we critically review the next creative organization at Chanel. Thank you, mods, for keeping the bunker safe. Hit it, Bubbles.
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. Thanks to Debbie, Jesus, Appropriation, Nicole, Kevs, and Gloria. Bubbles loves you.
Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods. Gloria, Kev, Debbie. Thank you, thank you. Did Audrey pop up at a certain point? I don't know. Thank you to our 3 troopers who were here with us today. And hey, Virginie, I'm glad you're free, girl. Enjoy your free time, your well-deserved free time with your family, with your son. And do what I always do, honey. Sing, we'll go, we'll go. Hit it, Bubbles.
Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, 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 would go.
In the words of J-Lo, what are you wearing? Stop it, Ali! And we're living ferret.
I'm living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret.
That was the living ferret moment. Cha, my hair's getting so long, girl, I don't even know. I'm like, oh, something's tickling my butt crack. Oh, it's my own hair. Yes, we've come to that point of the live stream. We gotta become a little ratchet before it's all over. And Debbie's already dyeing ferret together with Evian and Kev. So now we're dyeing ferret, the butt crack hair.
Dye ferret, dye ferret, dye ferret, dye ferret.
Well, we'll go, we'll go. Well, we'll go, we'll go. Eddie says your hair's so beautiful. Thank you. So kind of you. Thank you, sweetie. Gosh, it pains me to end this live stream because you know why? Because I don't want it to end because ending this live stream, it really means it's over. You know, the Virginie era. We've acknowledged it. We've talked about it. And now as this live stream ends, it's like it's official. It's like it's really happening. Now that I'm talking about it, I'm living it. It's still a dream. But once the live stream is over, the lights shut down. I'm like, oh, wow, it's really over. It's really over. No, Chanel will not be the same without her. Definitely not. Debbie says, only bibs today. Bibs for everyone, darling. Catherine says, thank you for your views. This was really needed to process this moment in history. I mean, for fashion history, this was really a big one, in my opinion, you guys. Really, really a big one. Very sad. So, Baby Yoda, what you want? You want your little pebble? God, don't make it fall. Yeah, you like... Baby Yoda. With the Chanel No. 5 Pebble, Future. Oh, it looks like you're prim, baby. You want to sit? It's like, yeah. Oh, you hit the mic, Baby Yoda. You can't fly on the No. 5 Pebble. So there you go. Yeah, you said that Virginie left? Virginie made your little outfit? Did she, though? She didn't? Okay, she did. Yeah, Baby Yoda. So there you go. The revelation. We finally have... huge revelation on the last day of Virginie's presence at Chanel. The reveal. Virginie made this coat. She didn't, but let him believe she did. Sure she did. It's a bib. It's a bib. Hit it, Baby Yoda.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao.
Bye, Baby Yoda. Say hello to Virginia, darling. Say hello to Virginia. Hey, Maya, little love. Welcome to Tier 2, sweetie. Thank you so much for becoming a Tier 2 member. And just like that, we lovers of Chanel, just like Coco, are orphans all over again. Thumb up this live stream if you've enjoyed it. And subscribe. And never give up on love. Bye.